There we go. Perfect. Welcome to the October 16th, 2023 meeting of the Milton School Building Committee. I'll call the meeting to order. It's now 6:07 p.m. And just for the members here, let's do a quick roll call attendance. So start on this side and then go around. It's easier with everybody in person. So Carrie Hurley.
Here.
Glenn Hoffman.
Here.
Scott Parashak. Here. Iowa Bond.
Right over here, Arthur. You got the materials right there.
Oh, my God. I got important today.
Yes, sir. We just started.
I'm sitting right next to Tim.
Oxy.
Oh, my God, must be my lucky day.
Yeah, we can slide over a little, make it over so they can slide down. Keep going with roll call attendance. Mark Lauren.
Here.
Selena Miranda.
Here.
Tim Lombard.
Here.
And myself, Sean O'Rourke, here. So tonight, we're gonna be interviewing 3 OPMs. The OPMs that have been shortlisted were based on 7 candidates or 7 firms that submitted. So all of you that worked on the subcommittee for the selection of these 3, I want to say thank you. So Glenn, Scott, Mark, Tim, thank you. So what I wanted to do too is just take a brief minute and kind of go back, you know what I mean, just to review kind of where we are and where we came from, and more also for people on the phone or online for some of this. So the school building committee was formed in a special town meeting in February 2019. So we're coming up on our 5-year anniversary this February. When we started, I think we can all agree, we were trying to figure out, one, where are we building this and what are we building? So over the past 4.5 years, we've kind of gone through process on parallel paths for land and what we're building. For the land, as everybody knows, we scoured the town, we did a bunch of work. We came to an agreement as a committee that Gal Road was our preferred option. And we got there successfully last May. So, you know, we're at that point. For the program that we're looking at, the program was kind of defined, or even the formation of our committee was defined by a school committee facilities advisory subcommittee. And they did their space needs study with DRA architecture. That space needs study was kind of what led the town to form us as a committee. So we took that, the outcome of that study basically looked at it and said, early childhood education center or a new elementary school. So we as a committee studied that, we looked at it. We looked at the migration of the overcrowding from the elementary school up to the middle school. And we came up with our own solution that I think we all agreed upon was a better way of doing it, which was essentially a new middle school. So the new middle school and the Gow Road property align, basically creating an educational campus at the high school. We're at the point now where, you know, we've got a program, we've got a site. Now we need an OPM, we need an architect. So the goal essentially of tonight is we've got 3 well-qualified firms. They're going to present to us. We'll be able to, so the presentation is going to go this way. We're going to give them 15 minutes to present. And then we're going to follow on with a half-hour Q&A. So essentially 45 minutes. I figured there'll be some setup and breakdown time, which will eat up the remainder of 15 minutes. So about an hour in total. So before we start too, I've handed out all the presentations in hard copy, have them electronically. And then we also have essentially, this was the grading criteria that was used by the subcommittee that we had. You're not needing to score these people. The scoring was already done. But what I asked you to do is just read the criteria if you weren't on that subcommittee. Just keep it in the back of your mind as you're listening to everything that's here. At the end, after we interview all 3 of them, we're going to deliberate and we're going to basically go around. Everybody will get a chance to speak, weigh in on what they want. And then at the very end, once everybody's kind of making their points, we'll do a grading. First is the highest, third is the lowest. So basically your preference would be 1, second preference is 2, third preference is 3. The reason it's important to keep that order is we're going to select one recommended to the select board. If for some reason we can't come to a contractual agreement to them, we then would defer to the second. So even if somebody comes in second, there's still a possibility that they could be our OPM. Any questions? All right, perfect. Let's move to, yes.
Quickly,
Yes.
any chance you can share this electronically?
Yes.
I
just
can't,
gotta-
I can't. see that.
Yeah, I've got the point that I gotta wear glasses.
I was like,
copy of it?
really, my
I
glasses
think
are
about it,
doesn't work.
Thanks. It saves me from driving my laptop back there and keeping it charged.
Thank you.
I think I have it from,
Yeah,
you got it.
Thank you.
And then once we get that, we will go then grab our first OPM program, which is PMA Consulting. What do you grab them? Yeah. Grab them and get their set up. Yeah. I'll see it then. And I think when they come in too, we'll just do a quick round, just so they have names for faces and stuff like that.
second.
Yeah, we're kind of letting on one side of the table.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah,
Or is this the presentation?
This is just presentation.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
We don't have that. Yep, we do not have that. I'll have to. Were you able to join the Zoom?
Yeah, we did from the other room, so we should be good.
Okay, let me just double check. It's gonna make their cohorts. Sorry. This one.
Still making 7 moves.
I don't see in the attendees list.
Rick Carroll. Second one down there. That's you?
Yeah.
That is me. Joining as a panelist. There we go. Can you enable me to share screen?
Yes, sir. Yeah, Scott,
Oh, you
you'll leave the doors open.
Yeah.
And see, I guess it's hard to read.
Make it
So, anybody else, yeah, would be watching. Together. Sorry about this, tough to navigate from this far. There we go. Apologies. Perfect, everybody's Yeah, so just before we start, thank you guys for coming out tonight. Quick introductions, just so members that we have here, I'll let each introduce yourself individually.
Carrie Hurley, a member of the school building committee.
Glenn Hoff, I'm an architect, I'm a member of the school building committee. Scott Tershak, a member of the school building committee.
Yeah, John O'Rourke, chair of the school building committee.
Mark Warren, vice chair of the school building committee and member of the school committee.
Sabina Miranda, and member of the school committee, the school committee and also the building committee.
Tim Lombard, member of the school building committee. Member of the school building committee and town meeting member.
And then Mike Zulis, who is also a school building committee member and chair of the select board, couldn't make it tonight. He had a last minute thing that came up, so just give you that. But you have everybody from the committee here.
Great. Great.
Floor is yours.
Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you. I am Chris Carroll with PMA Consultants. I've been with the firm for about 30 years and I am an executive director. And my responsibilities are overseeing the OPM wing of our local Braintree office. And I'm gonna introduce our team. We're gonna go through some slides tonight and then open it up to the Q&A and hopefully we have everything that you want to know about us. So again, Chris Carroll, I'm an active manager. I'm not a desk jockey or anything. I actually am actively involved on school projects as OPM. Currently I'm on Hingham with Seamus and Sean, as well as a couple other projects. Just kind of introducing the team, kind of the gray hair folks are myself, Kevin Nigro, is managing director, oversees our schools as well. And then also not here tonight, Steve Rustica is kind of one of my co-parts as an executive director who also sees school projects and municipal projects, and collectively we bring a lot of different project experiences to the team that we want to make sure this project would have. The leads and the core group, John Burke, Sean's been with us 22 years and is one of our A-team OPMs. And working closely with him would be Seamus O'Rourke. Likewise, Seamus and Sean right now are working on Hingham amongst other projects.
Just call him a look.
Sorry, I'm taking a flow there. Seamus O'Connor. And then, not with us tonight, Ron Caggiano, he's a site PM, clerk of the works, who would join us when it's time to go to construction. So again, we're bringing you what I consider to be one of our A-teams to this project, and we're gonna go through the slides and try to present to you. John?
All right, I'm Sean. I live in Milton, as is Seamus. Maybe that's why you got confused, because they both live in Milton. So we know that you've picked a project site and you've been following this for quite some time now. I know it's an Article 97 land swap, which is in the works. We've done that on a couple of our projects, most recently Rockland. One advice would be get that done as soon as possible. You really want to have that land under your control. I don't know that you're going to get a lot done without it under your control. So we've done it. We're ready to assist you in that if you need any help. Also, having followed this project, I know there's some abutters that are maybe not thrilled with this construction project. So I think early on, we want to make sure that we get information out and get correct information out. And following the Facebook pages and through the progression of this project, I know there was a lot of misinformation being put up there, and I tried to correct some of it where I could and but I think accurate information is the best thing we can do. At least if someone's going to be against the project, it's fine, but at least be against it for the right reasons and not because someone made something up and posted it. We also know that the site has some wetlands around it. It doesn't seem that we're really going to be infringing on any of those with the proposed project that you have. But in case you do, Kevin's going to go through some of the challenges that we're going through now and just went through up at our Northeast Metro Tech project, having to do with permitting and deforestation and wetlands and things like that.
Yeah, as Sean said, we bring a lot of experience with state agencies. Sean and I worked together way back when, over 10 years ago now. Swansea High School, Article 97 land, where we did a swap for Parkland and built the new high school. So we're familiar with the process and then executing afterwards and complying with your permanent approval. This slide shows a job that I'm currently on up in Wakefield. It's the Northeast Metropolitan Vocational School. And it's on it's being constructed right now as we sit here on it was a wooded hillsite that required extensive review and permitting, Not because it was required, absolutely, but because some neighbors got together and knew the law and tried to stop it. They use whatever's available to them, like the MEPA process. MEPA has a fail-safe process, an advisory process that they've used to their advantage, but we've navigated through all of that. We've gotten our federal review, U.S. Fisheries and Wildlife, for a spotted beetle, a long-eared bat. We have a vernal pond, we have wetlands, border vegetated wetlands. So we've run the gamut of state approvals with everyone from, again, U.S. Fisheries, Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, right down to the local Concom. We right now are being held up because the Concom voted no for political reasons, but we sought a superseding order of conditions through the DEP, which we're waiting to get our order any day now. That did not stop us. We know time is of the essence for you as well. And the point we're trying to make is with all this, and all the red, the wetlands, and the blasting and the tree removal, we were able to obtain all the permits we needed, including our stormwater permits and Mitchie's permits, to go ahead and phase this out while DEP is reviewing our project. We did take the trees down. Upon successful completion of that, we put in our stormwater controls, did another early package, and we started blasting last Thursday, all in anticipation of getting all of our approvals. So we've seen about everything on this project that if we have to, we can jump on and apply here. You've made a decision to possibly not go with MSB. I know you're going to apply. And this chart shows Andover. I'm on a project up in Andover High School where they were rejected many times. And they're in the same boat as you. So they did their economic analysis, their construction analysis, construction economy, and said, look, we've failed 12 years now. Do we wait or what do we do? I don't know if everyone here is familiar. This chart's right from the MSBA, the Spark chart. And what it shows you is the bottom line is MSBA and their reimbursement rate. And the red line shows what it actually costs per square foot to do a project. So we've helped the town of Andover, and tonight they're taking a vote at the quad board meeting to put this before the town meeting for a vote for a new high school. There was some trepidation about not going forward with MSBA. We've provided all that detail on the cost and what your effective rate in return from MSBA would be. And they made a decision that it's not worth waiting and getting rejected again. And we are hopefully getting a special town meeting tonight. So you already see, you know, these numbers, but you can see that the great chasm now and what they're actually reimbursing and what it's actually going to cost when you actually build your project. So the effective rate of return from the MSBA is just not that great. Janice?
Yes, so touching on what Kevin just talked about, where a big concern that Milton is facing coming up to with overcrowding is the possibility of having to go with modulars, which is a cost we'd like to avoid. And that means schedule is of the essence. So how quickly can we get the building in design, in progress, and up? And so the Hingham project that we're currently doing is a great case study for that. We identified early in design that time is of the essence. They want to have kids in school for the opening of 2024, so next fall. And so we, from the get-go, knew that we could do early package to clear forest and a hillside behind that was owned behind the school, and develop it and get the building pad ready while the building was still being designed, so that once the design was done and we had local authorization to proceed, we bid immediately and we proceeded, and a good show of results already happened. We are roughly about 60% done with steel and 100% done with foundations. They're doing a public safety building in Hingham as well at the same time that didn't go through any early package. They bid about a month and a half earlier than us, and they have only just started their foundation work this week. So I think we know that schedule is a big concern, and so I think Sean's got thoughts on some ways we can approach it.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Milton's overcrowded. I have two kids at Cunningham, both of which had a classroom in the library with 6-foot partition walls for their second grade classroom. I certainly applaud the school committee's efforts and what they did, and they were able to educate the kids, and they got a fine education there, but it's definitely time to get some more space here. And as James pointed out, modulars are not only expensive, it's really wasted money. If you don't have to do temporary classrooms, as a taxpayer, I'd much prefer to see that money go into a permanent building. If you're gonna spend the money anyway, let's spend it on something permanent, and let's get another building. I think the plan here to do this 7th and 8th grade makes a lot of sense for it, so basically elementary schools. So real question is, how do we do that quickly? So there's a couple different options we've already been thinking of here. One is the model school program. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar. MSBA does have a model school program. So we started talking about that in some of the schools that they built. And then beyond that, if you're not MSBA, you might be able to do a model school from an architect that has a school that they've done recently that fits your needs. So as part of the architect RFP, I think we would recommend at least having them answer that question as part of the response. What have you done recently? What have you done as an MSBA model school? What other schools have you built recently successfully that you might want to present as a kind of a package building? There would have to be some design, you know, codes change, upgrades, things like that. But is there something you can more or less take off the shelf, fit it to the site and cut some time off the design period? So I think we should certainly investigate that. And we also look at the CM versus GC building approach. CM in general, we look at that for big complex projects. It costs more money than general contractors, but in this case, if you have a building that you take from a model school program, the CM approach would allow you to hire the contractor that actually built that building. So we definitely want to investigate the advantages of doing that. If you build a building once, you learn a lot. You build it a second time. Some of them MSBA model schools, if they fit, there's contractors that have built them 2 and 3 times. So picking the right team, picking the right model may save some time that way. On a GC approach, 149 is design, bid, build. We approach these a little bit differently. We look for those early packages. We look for ways to save money. One recent example is BP Tech. We had 2 early packages. Last summer, we relocated a culvert that we knew we were going to have to relocate for construction. This spring, we did ground improvements because we knew that they were going to have to do some sort of ground improvement. So we spent all spring and summer putting in rand aggregate piers so that when the contract went out to bid 2 months ago, it was ready to go, shovel ready. The contractor could come and start digging and putting their foundations in, instead of the contractor coming and starting to move culverts and doing ground improvements, which is going to take another year. So for that schedule, we're able to cut a significant amount of time off it. Consigli was awarded that 2 weeks ago. Site trailers showed up this week and they're ready to start cutting foundations next week. So huge time savings. If you go to the next slide, it's just an example of the schedule. We'll run a typical construction schedule. You know, for this project, it's just an example for 24 months, and we'll try to compress that. A lot of it has to do on when you're going out to bid, the seasons, when you can start actually cutting foundations and doing the work. So it is custom for every single project, but we do it and we really look and try to find ways to save money. And I think our way to approach GCs gives you a lot of those advantages that you get from a CM without any of that added cost. We do it all as part of our standard package. You don't have to pay for a construction manager to manage that. We'll manage all of the early site packages with us, and then we go to vertical construction and manage that. The one thing also to note with the BP Tech project is that I believe it was the largest 149 GC contract ever let out. It's about $230 million. We did have concern going into it, but we reached out to those contractors early on to make sure that we were going to have enough interest in it. We had about 7 contractors tell us that it is big enough and they would go after it. 3 ended up bidding it, and Consigli won the bid, which we're very happy with.
The one thing on the slide before is that's a typical Primavera P6 schedule that we have Primavera trainers and providers. In the schedule, we talk a lot about construction here, but to build the correct schedule, this will be populated with your milestones that you have to meet. We'll work with you, team with you, the administration, the school committee, the building committee, to make sure that we're building into the schedule all the time needed for outreach, getting the proper approvals that you need, or just even going to the next round of PTO meetings. That'll all be built in as well, so that we can see how it might affect early packages and construction.
So from our project control side, we do have a very robust project controls budgeting, cost controls, forecasting. For our cost estimating, we will do our own high level estimating, but for very detailed estimates, we typically go to a third party. PM&C, someone we've partnered with. They're experts in this. They're up to tune. They do a lot of estimating, and we find it better to have a third party come in just to gut check us and multiple times throughout the project to make sure that we're on budget. If we're not, we do value management, value engineering. That's just, if we've got to cut down, we'll figure out ways to cut down the price. If you have, they tell you have a little budget available, we can figure out ways to spend the money if you want to and spend it effectively. We try never to cut programming. We don't want to cut square footage. So you can do things through finishes, but I think really the schedule, if you can cut time on this, that's the best way to save money. And we try to do that. As far as schedule management, PMA has a full scheduling department. Once this project goes into construction, we'd be assigned a scheduler for that. They'll review the contract, the construction schedule on a monthly basis, provide a very detailed report. They also are experts in claim management and schedule claims. So they're looking for things and games that the contractors play with schedule ahead of time to prevent any claim from coming up later on in the project. So we have people that's all they do all the time, and we'll have one of them on our team, throughout the construction project. So monthly project summary, this is just an example from the MSBA. These are, the questions that they ask on a monthly basis. This populates directly out of our budget template, so from a month-to-month basis, we really don't have to do a whole lot of calculations. It's just all pulls from our database. We send it over to the MSBA. We also have breakdowns, so budget summaries like this group might want to see all the different phases, all the different parts and pieces for all the contractors. We go high level, we go medium level, and then we can go full detail level and show you every invoice, every dollar spent, however you want to break up, it's fine. Yeah, we can show that to you. We do provide a PDF monthly report, but we can also post that on our website. We're getting into making it interactive where you can actually host all of the information there, allow people to see what you want them to see, and split it up so that it's full transparency to the public, because we want to make sure that people get the right information in a timely manner. For cash flow, we start at the beginning of the project. Once we set a project budget, we determine when you're going to need the money. Bonding is going to need that early on. And if it is an MSBA project, we will estimate when MSBA reimbursement is, so you can calculate how much money the town's going to need, when they're going to need it. And then we update that throughout the project, and then re-baseline periodically. Like when the contractor gets on board, it comes to bid, we'll rebase our cash flow, re-baseline the cash flow throughout the construction project to give you a more accurate indication at different points in the project.
It's very important, the cash flows, for us to work with your town finance department, finance director, treasurer, town manager. And we'll be right there partnering with you if we have to do presentations at FinCom, town meeting, or assist bond council in putting together his schedule for when borrowing might be most advantageous for the town.
So change orders are always inevitable on construction projects. So we do a couple of different things. One is when we have something we see as an exposure, we add an event to it, and we add a dollar value to it as early as possible. We've seen RFI that comes through that we think has cost to it. We put it on our own system. Sometimes those will turn into pending change orders, which we'll review. And once they get approved, they'll get approved to a change order. So all of this information is within our budget system that gets sent out in a nice graphic so that anyone on the building committee or in the public can see where we're at against our total budget and what our available contingencies are moving through the project.
These are some results. It's two. The Saugus Middle High School is a project that I was boots on the ground on, and Seamus was with me as well. And we transitioned from the Saugus High School, which was a master plan that program, and we ended up renovating, closing 5 elementary schools, consolidating and splitting into pre-K 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the middle high school was 6, 7, right through 12. And Seamus and I were on that project together. You see the results. We work diligently to make sure that we check every change order, and that goes from architects right through the construction to make sure you're getting the best bang for the buck. You see the one on the right hand side, Danvers Smith School. That's important. It only shows $700,000 savings. Danvers was the edict from the town manager was that this is how much money we have. We're not going for a debt exclusion. That's all you have to spend, and don't spend a penny over it. So we were able to manage that job on a CMR basis and still come in a little on the budget on it.
For change order review too, we don't rely solely on architects, engineers, although we do use their expertise in helping us. We review labor rates, we review against standards and things like that to try to get fair pricing. I mean, we'll never look to harm a contractor. I mean, they deserve to get paid a fair value, but not a penny more. For community outreach, we do have a full marketing department that is available to help out. These are just some examples. On the left is a flyer that they come up with. They have these QR codes that will link you to a project website. So you can provide some information there and then give people an opportunity to easily access more information. The center is a website that PMA developed for the town of Easton. We did that in-house, and we're able to do full website designs if that's something you want. We also run Facebook pages typically for all these projects to provide the correct information, reminders about when the votes are, reminders of when meetings are. And one of the tools we found very helpful is estimated tax impact. Typically, the most thing people want to know is how much is this going to cost. So if you put in your estimated home assessment value, you can put that up there if you want, and it'll tell you roughly, based on the project budget, what the tax increase would be for your home.
Sure. Now bring it up back to high level about, where we are and where we need to get to. This is just a rough timeline, no dates attached to it, but there's 8 distinct steps for any construction project. This is modified from the MSBA thing. They call these step modules on their website. If you go on their website, you can read about them. And so where we are right now is in module 2, which is forming the design, forming the team, you know, finding the OPM, and then going out and finding the architect. And so you're in the OPM selection process now. After you guys find the OPM, the next step is to get an architect on board, which, next slide. Which will help you throughout the whole process. We draft design RFSs every project, and we meet with you guys to kind of identify solid criteria that any architect who's applying needs to hit, and anything we need to see from them in their submissions in order to help out with. This currently is a non-MSBA project, so the town has its own designer selection procedure, which I know the town probably has on hand from the recent public safety projects. So we'll make sure that any of the procedures that are described in that document are migrated into the RFS when we solicit the architect. And then once we get the submissions, we do a full review. We review references, any financial data for any architect, and we put together a high-level summary like we're showing here, which just compares every architect against the criteria you guys assign in the RFS. You know, green typically meaning good, and then red bad. Very high level, but it's a good tool to kind of just come to a meeting and say, here's the 2 or 3 that we think would be good to shortlist, and helps you guys make a decision on who you guys want to shortlist.
Certainly, that whole left-hand column is particular to your project and what's important to committees, the town. And that's what we will weigh each other's proposals against. Did they meet? Did they understand what you wanted, what we asked for? Did they deliver?
Just kind of wrapping up, as Sean mentioned, you have 2 types of delivery that you can pursue, CM at risk or design bid build. We've done a lot of both. We've done over 50 projects over the past 10 years or so. And of note, on the right-hand side, if we did go to the chapter 149 hard bid projects, the ones that are bolded are ones where we actually put out and manage the early packages to get those projects on a very condensed schedule to save time, and save money. But again, either delivery method, we've got a bucket load of experience. So just kind of wrapping it up, we're bringing you a team that's got the relevant experience. It's kind of a flash data dump on you tonight, but we wanted to make sure you guys know that the core folks that are going to be working on your project know what they're doing, have done it in the past, and are capable. Ready to go when you need it. We're all local, as Sean mentioned. Sean and Seamus are both Milton residents. And we've got a great track record that we'd love to be able to expand and share with you guys. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. With that, you know, we might have our own over the committee. If you have any questions, just raise your hand and then I'll
The project,
Yes, thank you.
I think it was at the Rockland project, you said that you were able to get out there earlier ahead of a GCCM award and have a culvert installed to prepare that, was that?
Bristol Versus Tank County Top.
Sorry. So in doing that, did you work, I mean, was this solely contracted by you? You had authorization from the town to work with a civil site contractor to install that, and that was contracted?
It was contracted, yeah, the same way the vertical construction would be, but under 3039M, which is the flat work provision. So we put out bids, solicited bids. The contractor was with the town, just like, you know, any other construction contract would be. But yeah, we did it as a standalone package that went out. We received bids for that, awarded the contract, did the culvert work, then we did it again for ground improvements, and then we did it again under 149 for the vertical construction.
And did you have any, like, kind of pre-con consultations with, this was, you said it was Consigli in that case?
So Consigli ended up getting the vertical construction.
Correct, but that was part of site access, right? Did you have to confer with them at all to make sure that you were in fact accelerating the project and not having to create a situation where something would have to be redone?
Not at that point. At that point, it was the design team driving this. So our architect and our designers set up the site and said, this is where the building's going. You have a massive culvert running through where you want to put your foundation. That needs to be moved in order to use this as your site. So based on their design, they finished their civil drawings early. gave it to us, we went and did the construction as they're finishing up the building process, so, I think the only difference would be if Consigli had that work, they would have to start now, and it would be another year before they would start getting foundations, and so, everything was based on the design team, what they set up for the project, how the project was, going to work.
I think a key part of the question, I heard the beginning part is, we don't operate outside of the town operations. We work with the purchasing agent, town manager, whoever you tell us to, we comply with the law. We have a great relationship with the Attorney General's office, Deb Anderson in particular, that if we have to gut check any of these things that we want to do, we have email and we have access to her by phone. And we work with town council and again, the purchasing agent to make sure we're complying with the law. So it's a little bit of a sticky wicket when you go and design, bid, build, reaching out to a contractor that then may bid on your project. So we rely on the in-house expertise of our architects and engineers, plus PMA's experience, and we'll do a constructability, bidability, and a risk analysis. Well, there's an interesting slide there. We showed a Primavera schedule. PMA, we have our own licensed software, it's called NetPoint. It's a suite, so we have an interactive, we'll pull the slide up. Ours is more everyone's seen a Primavera schedule, all the spaghetti on the right hand side, no one really knows what it means. We've taken that to a graphical method where we can put it high level and you see the important elements. That group that we have in our office will then do a risk assessment, and we'll sit down and talk about that. Does this really, if we do this package, does it really affect that schedule? Do we really capture time, and time is money? So that's part of the risk and the expertise we'll take from the in-house talent. Again, it's not just us right here. We're gonna rely on everyone in the office that has an opinion or has done something similar to make sure that the risk is addressed and that it actually bears fruit on the other end. But you can see on that little graphic, it's a little more user interactive. These are great for presentations, high level ones, where again, no one can really understand unless you're in the business, right? We have architects and engineers. You understand how to read that. Our graphical method is you can take something, you see they're moving to the right. We can take a task, foundations, if it starts here, what if we started here? And our logic goes with it and shows the impact of every other thing that was tied to it. You know, if this had to start before that and we move that, what happens to this? So we have again, that in-house constructability, bidability, and really risk. Is it worth doing?
So just one other point to your question. So hang on the same thing. We have an early site package. The phase 2 contractor came into a building pad. Everything else was done. The documents are written that way. The specs are written that way. So he comes to a site where he's got a flat site that's ready for concrete, underground, everything else. So it's completely separate. They're not involved. It's bid and organized under phase 1, bid and organized under phase 2. Very clean, very distinct contracts.
And I think for this project, just from what we've seen, the massing that was done by DRA and some of the site logistics, and for the walkthrough that the Guy Road needs to be shifted in order to fit the building. And so that seems like a perfect example. You have the designers and your engineers design that road, design utilities, whatever you need in that road. Get that done first as they're finishing up the building project so that you have no disruption to the high school. You know, you leave the existing road operational, you build the road around, you start cutting down trees, you start doing whatever ground improvements you want. Then you go out to bid, and when that contractor bids, he knows he's getting a flat site, but he's not gonna have to deal with trees. And it also takes a lot of the risk out. It's already done. You've already moved the road, you've already set it up. If you found ledge underneath, if you found some bad soils or whatever that, you've had time to deal with that in advance of the contractor instead of holding up the entire process when you have very expensive people on general conditions. So trying to do that early on is definitely what we'd want to do.
That not only is a schedule saver, it's also great with the abutters. Because if you wait until you bid it and you have everyone on site, then you have everyone showing up around the same time. If you're able to say, look, we understand your concerns and the traffic and the congestion, we're gonna move this road first. So that when we start foundations and all the trades come in behind them, we already have the new access road built and ready. It'll take a little bit of pressure off congestion in the neighborhood and things like that. And that's let them know you heard them.
Yeah. I think you touched on my point. Your second slide shows whom you define as abutters. I think you're not completely correct. On the far end, after the wetland, is a community that I used to represent. Please, let's have a circle there. Let's have them involved in the process. If not, we will be running it. again.
Oh, this is high level. This is just to let you know that we took a look at your site.
I understand, that's why I'm
Yeah,
giving the.
our first part is, we can't, you're not gonna understand us unless we understand you. We have to get everything you know. And we have to come to terms with, okay, like you just said, I didn't know who that was. So you're gonna tell us, right? You're gonna make us.
Those are my people.
Yeah, and trust me, abutters can make or break, make or break the project. They can be on your side and do what they want to stop you, or. Look at, you just completed, one of our teams just completed, Boston Arts Academy. She had Ipswich Street with Fenway Park. We know what it's like to try to get along with the abutters. There's no one higher than the Red Sox fans in the city of Boston. But all of our schools now, we're all the same boat. No one's got a lot of land like you do here, actually. And it's one of those, you build it on the occupied site, build it up, tear it down, right? And almost all of our projects have been surrounded by abutters at the populated areas, because that's the only land they have left in their town. So, yeah, we have a lot of experience working with someone right next to us.
Got a part two.
I have a.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm told I have a few minutes. That was the agreement, right? All right. You had shown in your slide showing Andover High School, the choice for the town to go without MSBA.
Yes.
You mentioned that the effective return rate was really low. Can you share that information with us?
Well, in general, one of the things that people don't understand about MSBA, veterans are there of other projects, and what people don't realize is they get excited and they, well, MSBA has, there's a cap maximum and there's a minimum. But that's of your eligible cost. People don't understand, the layman in town, the neighbor, the PTO people might not understand. It's 40% of your eligible cost. Take out cost above certain square foot limits, take out legal fees, take out anything over the 3.5 on an architect, OPM, 10% of it. And then your effective rate comes down in Andover to almost 20%. So when you put the cost of money in this economy, in this construction market, against waiting 2 more years for approval from the MSBA, there was no value added. We ran with bond counsel, it's high level because there was a meeting tonight, it's not really on the table yet. But they've run 2 scenarios. They've run a scenario, okay, let's wait one more time with the MSBA. What would this cost us if we don't start for 2.5 years? What's it gonna cost the average homeowner? And then what's the other scenario if we do it now without them in this economy? And when you take declining debt and other obligations in the town against that cost escalation starting 4 or 5 years from now, the number was almost the same to the taxpayer. So there was a vested interest that the town manager and finance said, it's going to affect the bond rating, right? We have to watch out getting near that cap. But if the impact to the person that has to go in the booth and vote yes is the same, the decision has been made, hopefully tonight, that they're going to move forward. So we've provided them all that detail right down to, we'll run a typical budget sheet. We can do it 2 ways, one with MSBA approval, one without, and we'll show the bottom line, what the effective rate as we can determine would be.
My last question, why PMA? All the other firms are really good. What sets you apart from the rest?
I could say that we're bringing an A team that has done every project aspect that you are gonna experience on yours, with the wetlands, the Article 97, the type of school, different type of delivery methods. This team of experienced folks is gonna bring instant knowledge to the project. There's no learning curve. They're ready to go. They have a vested interest in the town. And it's, like I said, I just think it's couldn't be a better team that's coming to you.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna step on the boss's toes. I'm 20 years with PMA, July. I was 10 years with the town of Saugus. When I left town of Saugus as director of operations, charge of capital improvements, inspection and services. And I got a little sick of the small town, and there was nothing else going on, no more buildings to be. I built elementary school, 5 public buildings, and I was bored. So when I went to PMA, I had these visions of going downtown. I wanted to build a skyscraper. I wanted to do that. I want to be that guy. I want to work in Boston. But my passion and my love was for public work. I've done almost exclusively with PMA, police, fire, and mostly schools. Because that's my sweet spot. That's my background, but that's what I love. We leave something behind. We leave a school. Nothing greater than building a school. There really isn't. And I'm surrounded by like-minded people that I've had a chance to actually help bring into PMA. And they're like-minded in the sense that they have the same passion for what we do and for helping communities that we go to. Not that they don't challenge, we don't challenge each other, we're like-minded and we just, nope, that's how we're gonna do it. No, we challenge each other, we each have a certain passion and an expertise, but we always deliver. And it's just something I am excited to talk about. I wanna build your school.
Thank you.
It also isn't, you know, I don't know if other OPM firms are like this, but it isn't like, okay, you paid us our last check, thank you, goodbye. I had a conversation with the, facilities manager, in Saugus on Thursday, about 25 minutes conversation. He had issues finding something in the, you know, all the as-built and stuff that we have, hand them over. And, you know, I talked him through where to find it, you know, what to look for, my own memory, and I said, if you can't find it, send me an email, and I still have all the documents with me. I'll spend some time this afternoon.
They're in their third year at the school.
Yeah.
We were small season during COVID, a full year last year, now they've started, we're halfway through this school year, but we're not going anywhere, and you have two people here that live in Milton. And, I live in Saugus, I did Saugus Middle High School, and it was great being back, there's a lot of pride in working in your hometown.
I think we welcome those conversations too. It's always great to hear from someone that you've worked with in years past. You know,
Yeah.
Tim Graham, the landscaping teacher up at Essex Tech, used to be every year, he'd call me or text me and say, hey, can you send me those drawings again? The kids are back in school. Can you send me the landscape drawings? I have a folder in my computer that says Essex Tech's landscape drawings for Tim Graham. And he hasn't emailed me in 2 years. So I think he finally figured out how to save him on his hard drive. But I'm friends with him on Facebook, so I text him every once in a while, just ask him, hey, making sure school's starting up. Do you need those drawings again? But it's building those relationships, and I think repeat business we have from a lot of our clients where they keep coming back to using us because they like the product that we provide and they like the work that we do. So I think checking our references is definitely we ask you to do that. We want you to do that because we think everyone we work with would have nothing but good things to say about us.
What?
Like you, up till 7 years ago, I'm a veteran of public schools and public works. I worked for Flansburgh for years. I worked for KBA. So I want to go beyond what we're talking about. The upfront stuff's great. I know 80% of where you make your money though is once that ground breaks. And in my opinion, that's what separates a good OPM from a bad OPM is, you know, how we deal with issues during construction, conflicts with contractors, subcontractors, resolving issues between the architect and the GC. Just like, could you speak to that a little bit? Just kind of what your approach is, because there's very different approaches from OPMs and that.
Well, Sean started talking about earlier, it's a catchphrase, but it's true, it's firm but fair. It's your money, it's the citizens' money. We're being hired as the owner, it's our money too. We're not gonna hurt anybody, but we're gonna make them, you know, count the cards and shuffle the deck. We're gonna challenge them to say that, is that legit? And we're gonna have them prove it. We're not gonna just rubber stamp anything. But we're fair. We're fair with everybody.
I'm assuming it's the same with the architect, making sure our buyers are getting the answer.
We'll have the additional
Things being
services,
reviewed.
check your progress payments against the actual product that's out there. Is it a 60% submittal?
Yeah.
You know, we'll do that. The other thing that's a differentiator for our OPM style is I'll be on site. I'm at NEMT.
That was my next
I
question.
roll-
What are you gonna have on site beyond the
It
full-time?
It
clerk?
depends. We'll have a full-time, we don't even call them clerks, and the clerk has that connotation to me. We're looking at the other thing. When I used to say, I think I was just in the milk crate meeting, right? We have we have a field project manager with distinct duties beyond just the daily report and the photographs. They'll go out and validate things like time and material slips. Did they actually have 2 tradesmen and an electrician? We'll go dive down that deep so that Seamus and the trailer and Sean can then put together a recommendation to you. Yes, this is legitimate cost, and this is why. We'll do that. We'll give you that document that you need before you take a vote. But I'll be on site. As Christian said, Chris is our executive director, and
I'm at hanging
I
2
left-
days a week plus
Yeah.
right now, so.
so I left the NEMT where I watched the blast this morning, kaboom, and went home. I kind of ironed the shirt, took my boots off, and I'm here. That's how we operate. I'm not stuck in the office, nor does he make me. And you can't manage a project. I don't think an OPM should manage a project without everybody being in the field at some point. And sometimes I'll have to be there more than others, but that's what you have to do to have a successful project. That's what we'll do. Sean is certainly, Seamus will be full-time.
Yeah,
Really
yeah,
full-time.
yeah,
Oh,
so
it's-
it's not just the site
yeah.
representative, I'm there. every
And
day.
he'll be there full-time with a site representative. Sean again, he was living in Milton, he might, when I was in Saugus,
We're gonna have to drag him out.
yeah, when I lived in Saugus, I tried walking a couple times, but all my friends would stop thinking I broke down and want to drive me to work. So, I mean, there's a benefit there. You're there, you're spending a lot of time. I lost my train of thought.
Yeah.
That's probably a good thing.
I know, I think, so, I mean, we have an office in Braintree, it's 5
Oh,
miles.
I'm sorry, that was it. I don't wanna come to Braintree. I live in Saugus, hour and 15 minutes in the morning. I made Saugus High School, double wide trailer. Hey, Kevin, aren't you a managing director? You're in a trailer? Yep, that was my home office, and I went to my other sites from there. So I envision Sean and Sean being able to do the same thing. You make your home here. We don't want to commute, right? And we'll go to the other sites as we see. So you've got two homegrown people that are gonna make that their first stop.
There's a beautiful commute right down, Uncanny to Chickatah that takes me right to, we're at the, across the old Dave Digger Ford up on, the Flat Lake buildings there. I don't think I've been to our office except to pick up papers here and there in the past 4 or 5 years. Whatever job I'm on, that's where my office is. I can work on other projects, we can do other stuff, but this would certainly be my home base. And if I need to go elsewhere, I don't like driving to Somerville 1 or 2 days a week. It's about an hour and 15 minutes there, an hour and 45 coming home. That's where I make my office the days that I'm supposed to be there. I don't go to Braintree. You have to build a relationship, particularly with the architect who's gonna be there. You have to build a relationship with the contractor. And you really can't do that over Zoom. You wanna be sitting in the trailer. You wanna be out in the field. You wanna look at issues. You wanna talk about them. There's a huge benefit to being there, seeing a problem, feeling the problem and then coming to a solution. You could save a ton of time. A 5-minute conversation on site could save you 30 emails. And I think there's a huge advantage to that. Not to mention, I mean, I could walk here and I'd make my home certainly in that trailer, but
I think
we do it all the projects.
To prove out the question in the conversation is, we do multiple projects in towns, we get hired again. But all the architects and all the contractors bid all our jobs. They look out for our jobs and we get them. We have a deep bid list. And if we weren't treating these CMs right, the GCs right, or the architects, I'm sure you have a go, no go in your office. Oh, not PMA, right? No, we get along we have repeat business with HMHF, DRA. I've had a couple of projects with Sims, RDA, you name it. We have multiple projects with them. They know us, we know them.
And even if you're looking for references, feel free to call them as well. I mean, a lot of times you only call the owner. Sometimes you'll call, Doug Lap down in Rockland, great. I know him very well, but sometimes you call the town manager who's not as involved in these projects and they say, oh yeah, the project went great, but they don't, not really that involved. So feel free to go all the way down the chain. Feel free to call the contractors and, we think that you'll get a resounding, yeah, we like them. We'd love to work with them again.
Excellent. Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm wondering if you could speak to, how you work with the school building committee, and, the town, administrator, just in terms of those relationships, right? There's sort of the, relationships that you have to have with the architects, et cetera, but also in terms of the work and the communication approach that you take to making sure that folks who need to know where things are and troubleshoot things with you, are in the know.
It's one of the first things we should do is we create a template of who the stakeholders are and who gets what and when. You're gonna tell us that. We don't know yet. We think we know. We research your town, but we're gonna gain that information from you. That on a monthly basis, at a minimum, this is the documents that go out, this was responsible for them. On a weekly basis, I'd love to go and see the town manager once a week if they have time for us. I'd love to be before the school committee if they have time for us, but it's gonna be dictated by your town and how you operate. And we've never not been able to do, I've had some town managers where you see them at the beginning when you sign the contract, you see them at the end and they're like, deal with the building committee. The building committee down in Sharon, we're just wrapping that up. I joked with the school building committee chairman. I said, I'm putting you on my taxes this year as a dependent. I mean, I talked to the guy during construction when there's problems. He calls me at 7 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock in the morning. We talk on weekends and those are our cell phone numbers we put at the end. We're here and we're gonna assist you. One part of your team. You tell us when we're there.
I think it's important too to kind of notice to have the proper chain of command too, because we don't want someone from the building committee calling me and giving them information, trying to help out, and then all of a sudden it gets misinformation. So it's really important from day one to figure out how do you want that. If you want that availability, sure, we're no problem doing it. But if you prefer to have a representative, that person reaches out, you get the information, you dispel it, that works too. It really depends how the town works. We can offer advice, we can tell you how other towns operate, but the school committee's been active for a long time. You work together. I think you know how you work together. This committee's been together for what, 3 or 4 years now, 5 years now. So I think you guys have a working relationship and, bringing us on board, and we're gonna wanna know how you want us to operate, and, we'll have a discussion about that and make sure we have the correct procedures in place so that we're all understanding as a team who we're supposed to be answering to, who we're supposed to be giving information to, and when that information, is needed.
Kind of a typical response is when we get the market orders of the chain of command, we're not afraid to say, if we get an email or if we get a phone call to say, I'll jump right on that for you. You ran this by the chair, didn't you? You fit it, you have to find a creative way, and everyone's personality is different. Someone might like that directness, someone might not. So we have to come up or down to who we're doing.
In Rockland, we just built a turf field there, the only turf field they have in town. So the turf field goes in, it's not quite ready to be used. I'm getting a call from the softball director, the AD, everybody else except for the Parks Department. But before this, I knew enough to go to the Parks Department, who's gonna control the field, and say, listen, Rich, I'm gonna give you all the information. People are gonna call me, they're gonna bug me, they're gonna look for information. I'm not gonna tell them anything. I'm gonna tell them to ask you, and then I'm gonna give you information. He said, perfect. So they try to get information. I said, you just gotta call Richard. And then immediately after they call you, I'd call him, tell him what they were looking for, give him the information he needs, and then let him deal with it, because that's what they wanted. Some other towns would say, yeah, tell them what the schedule is, if that's what you want. But I think the former method is the better method to keep control of that information, because you don't want to promise them that if I tell them the field's gonna be done at the end of September, that means my work's done. That doesn't mean that the Parks Department is ready to turn that field over, and then you have this rift in town where people are upset because I told them one thing and that's not really. So I think setting those boundaries, setting those guidelines early on makes for a very successful project.
Nice. Last question, just on mine. Timeline, you mentioned model school programs and stuff like that. Can you touch just a little bit more on how to reduce this overall timeline? Obviously, time is money. We've got an overcrowding problem. We need this done quick.
So on that one, I think it really depends. If there's an architect that has a school that is either fits your exact needs or is easily modifiable to fit your needs, you can cut a significant amount of design time off. And you are gonna have to do, the site design, and you're gonna have to do some seismic upgrades, some code upgrades and things like that. But one of the ones that keeps coming on is Hingham Middle School, AI3 built, great build with an AI3 design. They built that school 8 times. The problem is that it's a little bit too big. So I have the drawings I got from Brait, who's a contractor I work with. We just have a good relationship to try to figure out, can they carve this thing down? So I think those are the types of questions that we need to be very clear about during the RFP process, to say, hey, this is what we're looking for. If you have something that you've done, bring it to us, and then tell us how long it takes you for a full design, a full build, and how long it takes you for a shorter one. And then the other question for this committee is Milton looking for its own showpiece building? Are they looking for, some towns do, they want a school that is only theirs, they want something that is specific to Milton. If not, and you're okay with just having a school that maybe someone else has built, no one's gonna be standing next to the Hingham Middle School and then look at this school and say, oh, that's the same building. No, quite frankly, no one's ever gonna know. And they also, they'll change some things on it. They change the facade, you can change the brick color, you can change this and that.
Yeah, you can let the architect.
Yeah, you gotta,
The bones are there.
but I think because certain firms have repeatedly done these model schools, I think they're more in tune to being okay with that versus somebody who just wants to come in blank slate and spend a lot of time doing a design. Our Hingham school wasn't even a model school in, 3.5 years total from when we were hired to when that school.
May 2021, and they want to be in 2024 in September.
And then we'll have to demolish the school and things like that, so it'll run over. But it's those types of things where if we compare that with early site packages, getting that site ready for a contractor and getting that thing either with this, if you have a model school that's been built a couple times and you want to hire that CM, get them on board as part of the end of the design process and really get them rolling. And if not, making sure that we get a shovel-ready site to be turned over to a contractor on day one, so we're not messing around with cutting down trees and switching roads. They have a site. Let's get the Tonka trucks up here. Let's start digging foundations and get the steel going. So the real question is, I don't know. We've been searching for models. We've been trying to find something from 7 to 8 with the pre-K. There's nothing that quite lines up, but I think that's
7-8 unique. Pre-K 7-8 is pretty unique.
But I think an architect can look at that and say, it's not a 7-8 pre-K, it's this many classrooms of this size with a separate building here, and here's, do you want an auditorium? Do you want a gym? These are all the questions that you can kind of start carving out square footage and carving out spaces and making sure that they put everything you need in that drawing, and you're not sacrificing anything just to go with the model school. But I certainly think it's something that should be considered in order to save time and money.
Anything else? We're good?
Well,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
And actually, thanks to the folks that are online too.
Yes.
So,
Is anyone online?
oh, yeah, well, he started that.
We can get a model middle school.
Yeah.
Right now. Yeah,
It's the,
it's a nice building too.
Yeah.
It is probably bigger than we.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you.
Thank you very much.
It's the site.
Oh, it fits great.
Give it a minute.
Yeah.
For them. If anybody has to get out and break for anything. that's all they'll do that.
Right across from the veteran memorial.
That's a sixth grade teacher there. My aunt's.
Joel used to play basketball.
Oh, yeah, thanks very much. Nice job. Thank you very much.
I was just curious if it was going nearby. I didn't think it'd be that nearby.
No, that's good.
Do I remember?
Ernest, we-
I'm on the MSBA site, model schools. Quincy has a model, Quincy did a model school.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Hingham's models, did a model school. Hingham Middle School. It's great politics in this town, we're gonna get grief for the school.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need to make. We're gonna get pushed back. And we can say, hey, we're gonna do it this way, we're gonna save this much money. by doing it this way.
We're gonna design area school.
Okay, work on that.
And can they also,
Yes.
add like sustainability initiatives that weren't originally available at the time?
No,
of
that
the
is
model?
possible with materials
To
and
me, that's.
it's
big.
systems. A lot of these,
Yeah, I was just looking at one.
a lot of these newer schools are gonna have that stuff anyway.
A lot of it comes down to the HVAC system.
Right.
So, you're not gonna buy the same equipment they bought 10 years ago, so there's probably.
Well, if we had a whole lot of design time, we could cut the construction time down by going. By refabbing structural exterior walls and dropping mass timber onto it and, you know, you can.
Wonderful idea, not gonna save you
Yeah,
time.
it's.
It would massively extend the design time,
Yeah.
but really condense the construction time.
I had just asked if you go with the model build, could we make sure that there's a sustainable element
Yeah.
that probably didn't exist at the time of the model?
Keep in mind too, with an MSBA project, you're required to meet a certain level of sustainability.
Right.
If I remember correctly, it's like lead silver, you have to meet that. So you're already designing, any school that's been done past 10 years, probably lead silver. You do not necessarily have to go for certification.
So if we could, we're gonna talk about all this after we're done
Right.
with interviews, so let's, I would say, if you wanna go grab them.
I was just gonna wait,
Oh,
everybody to come back here.
gotcha, good point.
That's the only reason I'm standing here.
Yeah.
Get back in the room. and then-
Yeah, I mean, the timing here is fine, if we start at 10:15, they'll be done by 8, and we can start with this one.
Yeah,
That was
very well.
Yeah.
I think the RFP would be a great place to put that right out, I thought that it's a concern.
Yeah, mine was totally just a question, not,
Yeah.
I don't,
Correct.
it doesn't have to pertain to anybody in particular, I just, I love the idea of not spending the time to design something, just
Negative.
Milton
I wish it was.
specific, which makes no
It's gonna
sense.
be behind trees.
Great.
Well, it'll be right. There you go.
Oh, is it very tax action?
I believe it's. Yeah, I'm trying to put them in. Hello, good evening. Hello. Yes. Good, how are you?
I'll see this. Hey, how are you? Hey, how are you?
So we need to connect by Zoom.
Yeah, connect by Zoom, I'll make it panelists.
No problem.
No rush, please take your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Everyone see it, guys.
Shit,
Yeah.
And this thing can see you too.
Yeah.
Few additional copies to it. People remote ones that they will go something different.
Or are you having fun? That's the question.
It's supposed to be fun.
Getting there.
We've been waiting a long time for this, so yes. it's
Yeah.
fun.
Fun's just beginning.
Yeah.
Sleeps over 8 finally.
Is it sleep's overrated?
Yeah, that's a piece thing. What?
I was talking coffee.
I was like, Brian would know that, he just had a newborn 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
so,
congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Like,
Very happy to be here.
weighing if it's 4 o'clock, I'm looking at this like, oh my God.
So guys, just while I type this in, the handouts you have in front of you, don't worry, we're not going through all of them. So we know we only have 15 minutes to start. But there are obviously supplemental pages in there if there are some things we get to, and if not, got some pre-reading materials for later.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it won't be a hard 15 minutes either. So if you have to go over it, just kind of limits the Q and A, whatever you guys do.
You are the best. That's great.
I won't zap them under the table then.
When I joined the building committee, my wife is pregnant and my daughter starts kindergarten next year.
No kidding.
Wow. So you are excited to get the project going.
Well, absolutely, won't have a single kid in the public schools.
I just gonna make you. Sorry, trying to navigate.
Should I leave my video on or off?
I would leave it off.
Leave it off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no audio, no video.
Yeah, here's.
Okay.
And make you a co-host. Pop up, and then you'll be able to share your screen.
Great.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is
so
it Jared, John? Why don't you do that first, make sure we,
Yeah, good
that's
call.
all ready. And we're on.
the quick introduction, welcome, thank you guys for all coming tonight too. We're the school building committee, I'll let each person introduce themselves, so Carrie.
Hi, I'm Carrie Hurley, I'm a member of the school building committee.
Glenn Hoffman, member of the school building committee. Scott Turshak, member of the school building committee.
Sean O'Rourke, chair of the school building committee.
Mark Loring, vice chair of school building committee and school committee member.
Selena Miranda, school building committee member and school committee member.
Tim Lombard, school building committee member.
Aqua Ebon, school committee member and town meeting member.
Building committee.
Building. Part of
Always
this
the
work.
thing.
School building. committee member.
If you want to sign up, we need some.
No, I think and no volunteer
Running
hours.
this year.
Thank you. School building committee member in the town meeting.
So there's one member absent, Mike Zulis, who's also the chair of the select board. He had a kind of a last minute meeting he had to jump into, so he wasn't able to join us tonight. So essentially what we ask is, roughly 15-minute presentation. We do a half-hour Q&A afterwards, with members of the committee, but it's pretty relaxed, so.
And please feel free to stop us in the middle as well, if there's something you wanna hang us on right away. Happy to do that as well.
Yeah.
We'll roll right into our introductions here shortly. But
Floor
all
is
right,
yours.
wonderful, thank you. So, thanks for having us. We're super excited to be here, talk to you tonight about your project. Our agenda for tonight is to talk to you about our experienced K-12 team, talk about our proactive and engaging project management approach, and to talk to you about how we're gonna keep your project on budget, which, obviously budget is such a huge issue these days, with what's happened in the last couple of years. We'll talk about that. Sorry, Jeff, jumping over you there.
You take control of the
All right, there we go. My name is John Lemieux. I've been with Vertex for 23 years. I've got over 30 years experience in the municipal construction industry, civil engineering by training. I'm an executive vice president at Vertex and one of the principals in charge of the OPM group. And we've got about 45 individuals that do nothing but owner's project management work on a daily basis. And I would be your project director for the duration of the entire project.
I'm Steve Theron, Senior Project Manager for the project. I have extensive school building experience in Massachusetts and just having delivered a 965 student middle high school at Pentucket and also a net zero building or school building in Westboro. My background is in mechanical engineering and city planning. I'm LEED accredited and have unrestricted state builder's license. I also have school building committee experience, having delivered 2 building projects while in that role as chair of the school building committee in my town.
Thanks, Steve. Brian Forrest, project manager with Vertex. I've been with us for about 10 years now, exclusively in the OPM vertical, mechanical engineering by trade, as well as building management systems. In my experience with the town of Milton, I'm actually the OPM for the fire station headquarters project across the parking lot here. We're also on board for the next 2 projects coming through with the fire station building committee. That would be the east fire station location as well as the Atherton station.
My name's Alan Pryor. I'll be the construction site manager. I'll be here every day on site. I'm a licensed construction supervisor with over 20 years in construction. I've been with Vertex for about 5 years, and I have a pretty extensive municipal government experience. I have 9+ years as a member of the select board, 3 of those as chair. I've been on multiple school building committees, building committees, 1 school building committee where we just recently opened one of our high school with about 950 students. I'm also a member of the school committee now and the planning board as well.
Hey, I'm Jeff D'Amico. I'm a vice president with the Vertex companies. I've been in OPM for 21 years. The past 15 of which have been with this firm, working on public sector projects. I've completed or managed 10 capital school projects, both direct for the town and through the MSBA process. My role in this project is to support the team and be a resource to the building committee. I've worked on projects that have Article 97 requirements. I've also done early childhood centers, so I understand the importance of doing a middle school with a pre-K program and making sure you're building a school within a school. There's a lot more requirements with the pre-K, a lot more involvement with the parents. And so understanding the flow of traffic and the users that are coming and going is a very different environment for those 2 elements. With me also listed in the resources is Chin Lin. Chin Lin is a designer for HMFH. He was there for over 30 years. He's been with us for the past 5 years. So Chin's an excellent resource to the project team and for the school users themselves. So he'll be supporting the superintendent and the principal in terms of developing the educational program, really guiding them, because the educational program becomes the building blocks that the architect looks for when they get on board and understand how to translate the educational needs of the project into the bricks and mortar. Lastly on the screen is Mary Cuppins. She's our project accountant. She brings a lot of rigor to all of our projects. The same rigor you would see with an MSBA type project, we apply across the board and make sure we track every dollar on the project. She does a monthly requisition package, which Brian will talk about later in the slides.
I think just to close out the team slide, if you look at the bottom of the graphic, you see lots of other names and lots of other disciplines. As an OPM group that works in concert with a larger AEC firm, architecture, engineering, and construction, we have a lot of different resources that are available to the town of Milton just to answer questions, right? You know, we're gonna hire another person who will design the building, but we have designers that work for us, so it's great when it comes down to, you know, reviewing drawings and those sorts of things. We have mechanical PEs, we have structural PEs, we have architects, you know, as Jeff talked about, Chin's a registered architect in the Commonwealth as well. Just to give Milton the depth of resources to pull from. The only resource that we subconsult is cost estimating, and we use Peter out of PM&C in Hingham. Have a long relationship with him. There's a few other firms that we use too, in the event that a designer wants to use the same cost estimator, but again, that's the only thing that we outsource. So we'll talk about, you know, our management approach. It's team, plan, execute, right? And that's the mantra that we live by with every project that we try to deliver. And, you know, as Jeff talked about, he alluded to building blocks. You know, your project is only as good as the foundation you set with your team, right? And you're going to start that with your OPM. And just like you said, it was 5 years to get here. This is a 3 to 4 to 5 year process, depending on what you do. And we'll talk a little bit later. The fact that you're not in the MSBA process, I think that's a great opportunity for you to kind of be able to shorten that up a little bit. But, you know, once you get your OPM on board, then we're going to work to get you a designer. We know you've done work with DRA. Are they the designer that you want to keep moving with? Or are you going to go look elsewhere and broaden that? Either way, we're going to be there to help make sure that Milton chooses the best team member to kind of round out the design side of this. Later, we're going to add a builder to the team. You know, will that builder be a more traditional GC under the design bid build delivery method, or will it be, more advanced CM at risk delivery method? Again, conversations that come down the road, but that builder is obviously one of the important legs of the stool, right? That is going to help deliver this project to the town. And then, you know, there's other team members too along the way. Obviously, all of our building officials and what have you, and Brian will talk to that a little bit later, but we'll also round out the team with a commissioning consultant. You know, if you were in the MSBA program, they do full building commissioning, and we would still want to talk to you about that and having that as someone as part of the team for Milton, just because we really think it helps ensure a smooth transition towards the end as you move into occupancy, making sure that the building works. Buildings are getting smarter and smarter and smarter, and we need to make sure that the people who are going to operate those buildings on a regular basis are in tune with just what, you know, these designers are putting into them. After we have that team, we talk about the plan, and the plan isn't just plans and specs, right? You know, you could think, well, what are we going to build? And we've got the drawings. It's really about the plan along the way to get to yes for Milton, right? Ultimately, you're all doing this because you want a project that the citizens are going to support. And we're here with you to help come up with that plan, come up with those meeting schedules, come up with that outreach. That, you know, how are you going to help convince folks that this is an open and transparent process, so that that plan is a good plan that everybody can get behind. And then ultimately, it's about execute that plan, right? Not just building the plans and specs. It's about holding each other accountable, you know, holding the designer accountable, the builder, holding the owner accountable for those things on your side of the table that we need for, you know, things getting paid on a timely basis, you know, meetings getting noticed correctly, all of those things to help make sure that the machine, you know, with all these different parts runs really smoothly. And, you know, I think it's important as we talk about navigating the process ahead, you know, there's parallel paths, right? There's lots of different groups that, constituents that you're talking about when talking about a building like this. You know, you've got the educational programming part, talks about the users. You've got all of your consultants that are going to put together the design. And then you've got the community outreach that deals with the public, you know, and all those groups are shareholders in this process. You have a little bit of a curveball in your process where you have to finish the Article 97, the land swap. You're partway there, which is great, but we got to make sure it gets finished the rest of the way with the legislature. You know, and we know that you're not working with the MSBA right now, and at some point maybe you will be invited in. I think we see that as an incredible opportunity, right? Because the MSBA is a very specific process. The feasibility schematic process is 18 months, and maybe you can shorten it to 17 or 16. But it's about 1.5 years, and then you design the building. Then after you finish designing the building, then you go to build it. It's a 4, 5, 6 year process from when you get invited in, because that 18 months doesn't start until after your eligibility period, which could be 1 year in of itself. So we think Milton has a real opportunity here, you know, to figure out what it wants for a solution, get to market, and probably get a school open at least 1 year sooner than you would if you got invited into the MSBA process today, if not more than a year sooner. And I think ultimately too, it's important that, you know, this project is a good neighbor. You know, we've got some graphics that will lead our Q&A period with, that we know it's a tight site, we know it's a tight area, we know it's in a neighborhood, there's a school there, there's the community just to the south. We understand what it means to be a good neighbor. We want to make sure too that in being a good neighbor, we're engaging the community, we're communicating, right? Nobody can say, you don't want anybody at the end of the day, when it gets to a town approvals phase, to say, well, I didn't know. People might not come to meetings, but you never want them to say, I didn't know. You want to hit them with as much information as we can, whether that's public meetings, whether it's social media, town websites, user groups. I mean, I'll let Brian talk a little bit about just the experience.
Definitely, and understanding that we have a lot of stakeholders here in the town of Milton, some of which live in this house that we're in right now, you know. And it's something that we really need to expand our communication, get everybody input and their requirements and their expectations from, whether it be Marina Fernandez in the engineering department upstairs, working with Chief Madden, understanding that he's gonna need logistics getting onto a construction site from a fire perspective. Whether we're working with Chase Berkeley at Public Works, talking about the site and what his requirements are going to be. We understand there's a lot of stakeholders here in the town of Milton that are all gonna need to be brought up to speed as we get through this process.
Steve?
All right, this graphic illustrates the selection process of to arrive at the final solution. So early in design, the design team and the whole project team are gonna create several options for this project, and that'll be the school located on various places around the property to figure out what's best, as well as having different configurations of what that building is gonna look like in those various locations as well. So what this shows with this funnel is, as we call it, the options analysis takes place, and each of those options gets compared to criteria to then narrow that down from the many options at first to a few options to ultimately arriving at the preferred solution. So that's the process to get down to it. And that preferred solution is arrived at and is referred to as the fiscally responsible, educationally appropriate solution. This next slide is the tool that we use to track that analysis process. So this is the option analysis matrix. So along the left-hand column is the evaluation criteria. That evaluation criteria is developed by the town of Milton, by you guys, and that's with the support of the project team, the OPM and the designer. And on that criteria, often you'll have cost or schedule or impact on the neighborhood or sustainability, and all of those items and the project locations across the top get rated against that criteria. So in this color scheme as we have here, so if it's green, that means it's the best, yellow is good, red is poor. So you can see quickly here, just with that color scheme, that happens that the one in the middle appears to be the best, and it was the one that was selected on this project. It happens to be the Hanlon School in Westwood. That's what this analysis is from, our project there. So what this analysis and matrix does is it allows you to say, this is an open and transparent process. And if there's a question that comes up later, let's say, for example, the project option that happens to be on the far right, they say, did you look at this? Did you look at putting it over in this corner? And what this shows is, yeah, we looked at that. And in fact, this is how that fared in our process, so that we have a clear process that we went through to allow us to make that one selection.
It ends up reflecting a traffic light, because it wants to be something relatable to the community, to the public, something they can rationalize with. And then, so that's why the color scheme is set up the way that it is. It becomes something that gets posted up on your website, so that it's a record of how this committee came to the ultimate conclusion, because there's many people that show up at town meeting and say, what have you guys been doing for 7 years? And you have the history, the backlog of how you got there. And this is just one more tool to explain that process.
Or how did you pick this in this location? It's like, well, as a matter of fact, how much time do you have? We'll explain how we got to this. So that's where that goes. Next slide. So I guess consistent with that, these projects have a high volume of information that it just goes along with it to track all the things you need to track. So what we've created is this communication collaboration portal. And so what we have here, this is available to administration, to you guys as a committee, login access, and it's basically a database for all of the project content. So meeting minutes are all here. budgets are here, monthly cost reports are here, schedules are here, traffic reports, anything that is on the project gets all sent here. So you guys, because we get it, most of us have been in your shoes on the building committee side. If you miss a meeting and you say, geez, where's those meeting minutes? I can't find the email, whatever, it's all right here. So it's easy to get to. We've got project meeting calendars, upcoming meetings, project milestones that are coming up. It's all right here. So that it's easy for you guys to get to things, so you don't have to set up your own tree and keep track of things. That way, it's all right here, and that's the purpose of this.
It's also not meant to take the place of the town's website. Really, it's really just for this group. Doesn't mean the school department might not have its own project page. Doesn't mean that the town website might not have a link to another page. This is meant to be, a depository really just for, project specific items that certainly we may post certain pieces of these. They're a subset of this. But this is one place that this group can go to anytime to get caught up on, with the most recent information.
Thanks. So now let's talk about cost and our strategy in order to control it. One thing we like to say is we like to treat your money as if it's our own. I know that just talking with the experience of the guys that I'm here with, there's been a lot of representation on school committees. And so they understand being on the other side of the table and understand how important cost is with this. And some things I really think that we bring value with is throughout the design and even throughout construction, we're constantly looking at the drawings, working with the team, trying to figure out, in the market that we're at right now, are there going to be any, material selections that could benefit the team? Could there be any value engineering that could be done? For an example, on our fire station project right here, we did have, the way the utilities serve the new building was actually going to be out on Walnut Street. And we had a duct bank that was servicing the building that way. By omitting that duct bank and actually coming around Engine Road, where the new staff parking lot is, we're able to eliminate a lot of that. We got the utility companies on site. It actually benefited. We got something to the tune of around a $40,000 credit to the town, which, those are just the types of things that we try to use in our experience, things that we've seen before in other projects in order to help with the cost of these projects. And then we also know that time is money. We need to get a reasonable schedule and drive that with our architects. We have milestones that we need to be checked where estimates are done and prices really being looked at from a holistic team where we can understand whether or not changes need to be made or whether we're ready to proceed into the next stage of design.
Cost control happens at all stages, not just the milestone. So, as we are aware of things that the users come up, it's, unlike a fire station project, we have a single user, you have many users in the school, and you also have your own opinions in the public and the school committee as well. We funnel that all through and talk about it at your meetings. One of the things that Vertex is very proud of is our cost control approach. We outperformed all the other OPMs over the last year and a half in the MSBA process while we were bidding under the COVID hangover, if you will, of all the projects coming through in 2022 and the beginning of 2023. And so 3 of our school projects were able to start their award project without having to go back to town meeting, when a dozen other communities had to go back to town meeting to get additional funding. And so, we bring that approach of being cost conscious ahead of time, doing bid management, as well as estimating cost conscious along the way.
So I'll take it back in regarding to reporting with our cost control. On a monthly basis, we would be providing you guys a vendor invoice packet. And what that is a kind of a one-stop shop of all the costs that have been spent on the project for that prior month. Something that's vetted out from our team and ultimately provided to you guys. In this vendor invoice package, it's going to track items like what's been spent to date for each detailed budget item, what's left remaining, and any other allocations that we've done from contingencies or other budgeted line items. So this would include all of our project costs on a monthly basis, not only just the construction costs, but our soft costs as well with our designer and project management fees. And then ultimately there are some things that the owner purchases, furniture, fixtures, technology, things that are all going to need to be tracked. We have that in our total project budget, and everything is tied to that, inclusive of purchase orders, any type of change orders that are up for review. It's something that we give as streamlined as possible so that you guys have it at your meeting, ready to approve for recommendation that we've vetted out as a team.
It's super important too, because everybody's focused on the big expenditure, right? The building, right? But if you picked up that building and shook it, everything that falls out of it also needs to be bought. Every piece of furniture, every piece of technology, all of those things need to be part of the plan. If the plan is to replace it all, or you're going to reuse, all of that needs to be talked about before we, nail down what this whole project budget is going to be.
As your construction site manager, I'm on site every day. I walk the site every morning and then again throughout the day. I keep an eye on the quality of the construction and make sure that I relay back any concerns to the project team. I'm in constant contact with the principal and the facility director. And I file a daily report complete with pictures where we track the progress of manpower. We also document any issues or any opportunities for savings. I attend all the pre-con kickoff meetings and oversee the mock-up construction, making sure we conform to the spec and address any non-conforming work. I also schedule and supervise any third-party inspections and commissioning of any type. I make sure that all of the abutters have my contact information and that if anyone has any comments, questions, or concerns about what's going on a day-to-day basis, they can contact me.
And Alan actually is our on-site representation for the headquarters project right here, and I think it's been a really good litmus test where on a weekly basis, we have contact with the neighborhood association with all the members that live around here. And it's not just the residents though, we have a daycare that's right next door, we have a couple of churches that are next door, we have the COA that's in our backyard as well, and so we make sure that we get the message out, let them know what they can expect. But we also want to provide them an opportunity to be their conduit to the building committee in case there are any questions or concerns that they have about what's coming up in future months of the project.
And just briefly on the reporting app, it's a software called Raken. We use it on all of our projects. It's a great way for our construction site personnel to be able to record what's happening on a daily basis, manpower, visitors, anything out of the ordinary, to create a digital record. And that report is easily sent to the committee if you want it on a daily basis, or if you want to request it. We have all of that, and all of the photographs that are taken are logged separately in another database, so that at the end of the day, we have a series of files and folders that we can transmit to you when the project is over, and you have the daily, accounting of all the pictures. And just, wrapping it up before I turn it back over to you, why us? You're meeting two other firms here tonight, and it's about you finding the right fit, you saying, okay, I think we could work with them. I think, we're engaged and proactive. I think reactive is great. If you have to be, proactive is much better, right? At the end of the day, we love solving problems. We love getting in there, rolling up our sleeves, right from the beginning. We have that, familiarity. Brian said with the Milton Town departments, all of which will be important stakeholders in the project. We have a long track record of successful projects, and I would ask you to, if you haven't already, call our references, and you'll see that a number of our references are repeat clients. We love doing 2, 3, and 4 projects for towns, especially given the fact that we have to go through this process every time. So you can't just get a job. You have to go and you have to earn that job every time. We don't get a report card like the contractor does. We don't get a report card like the designer does. We get a phone call to you, the building chair, or the superintendent, and that's it. So we're here with you, and we're here with you for the duration. I think, as you can see from our resume, we understand what it takes to deliver a school, whether it's for the MSBA or not. And at the end of the day, our job is our goal is to exceed your expectations and really just to help get Milton to a yes and an approved project. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you for questions.
Right, perfect. So in regards to questions, I just basically call upon members as they happen, so open up any numbers. Questions?
What do you think your staffing looks like once, I think we have 16 hours for the 2 PMs and then full-time on site? Is that throughout from now all the way through the project, or is that more looking at certain phases of the project? What's the staffing?
So no, it's a great question. So, for us, obviously in the beginning, the job is heavier for Steve and I, I'm more in the planning phases of the project. I'm there throughout, but when we get to construction, I'm not 12 hours a week anymore. It's probably a couple coming to the job meetings, those sorts of things. Steve's time is pretty consistent and constant throughout, as is Brian's.
Okay.
Obviously, Alan doesn't jump on the project until construction starts. But Alan will jump in kind of in the end of the design milestones to kind of do a review of the drawings, an understanding of how those are progressing, and are there any pitfalls that he's seeing from a build it in the field standpoint. And then Jeff and Chin will be as needed, really more on the design side, because once those things about educational programming and the Article 97 are squared away, they're available as a resource. And then Mary will get involved as we start getting more invoices. she'll be involved as our accountant. You know, again, we try to show you a level of effort. If we can do it for less, we're gonna do it for less. You know, we're not in the business of going, you owe me for half a week. No, if we can do it, you know, we get efficient at it, you know, you benefit from that.
Okay, and then. Who's on site? Is it just gonna be Alan when construction's going? Do you guys, do the project manager spend much time on?
So,
site, or-
no, it's a great question. For a project such as this, we would expect to see the project manager on time, at least part-time for the project. You know, obviously the devil's in the details, right? What are we building? When are we building it? Where are we putting it? You know, those degrees of complexity, you know, can shift. You know, do we bring an assistant PM on board, you know, to help with paperwork? You know, all of those things are, you know, that's a little bit more to be determined, but we work with you to come up with you know, ultimately the staffing plan that's, you know, we know how we want to staff the job, but if we think we need, you know, a few more resources, we're certainly open to, you know, we'll bring that to you. And if, you know, you're saying, well, can you do it with a little bit less? We will give you our honest opinion on that, because ultimately you're hiring us for an expertise of, you know, building these types of buildings, and, you know, we're never going to yes you. You know, we're gonna tell you what we think, and if, you know, we agree, great, and if, you know, but we wanna have the conversation, for sure. Remember, it's your money and it's your project at the end of the day.
I would say from a project management perspective, personally, with our office being 25 minutes away, I much prefer being on site too, doing some of the boots on the ground project management work that needs to be done. If it can be done on site, you know, it's a real benefit of being out here on site.
Great, thank you.
So just follow on that too. So with, you know, Alan's work on the fire station and Brian's work on the fire station building committee, if these projects overlap, how are you guys gonna manage that?
So given the fact, well, that's a great question, right? But the fire station project, the next one it's not fully concrete yet, right? I think the third fire station project becomes the question, right? If we're gonna commit, you know, him to you, you know, on this project, we're gonna commit him to you on this project. And if we had to, you know, for whatever reason, there had to be a change, we would bring, you know, we have 12 Allens in the office right now. We would, you know, that 40-something person depth we talked about.
There's only one Allen.
Yeah.
Sorry, two other twin brothers, so there's only two Allens.
You know, there's only two.
Right, there's a long road between now and then, specifically for the on-site role, and a
No, I
lot
know.
will dictate when we can get in the ground, including funding schedules and all that, so.
Yeah.
We're committed to working with you guys.
Yeah, part of our goal with this is to get it done as quickly as possible. So my anticipation is they're gonna overlap at some point. So it's just more of having that open discussion right now. The other one that I'd like to ask too is, Alan, with your experience in municipal government, how are you guys planning on tapping that as part of this project for the engagement portion?
So, you know, you can't over communicate these jobs. You know, one of the things that we would talk about is, forward here a little bit. We've got like a communication plan that we would want to put together with all of, you know, with your input on page 22. Basically just trying to come up with a plan of attack, both from you know, there's numerous levels here, right? You've got the normal building committee meetings, which are public, which you'll tell everyone they're public and no one will come, right? You've got the periodic meeting updates or public information sessions, let's call them, where maybe you'll get 10 or 20 people, right? But we need to make sure that we get invested with the PTA, you know, the kids that are gonna end up at this school, you know, so if it's the 7th and 8th and the younger parents, I would say you're just telling everybody, right? This is a school that everybody in the town will benefit from, conceivably, right? So that it becomes it's a much, I don't wanna say easier, because they're never easier, but it's more advantageous, I think, to getting a project to yes, when it's not a neighborhood elementary school. That's probably the hardest thing to get approved, but when you get a school that all the 7th graders may go to, or all the pre-K kids may go to, that becomes really important. I think we, you know, at the end of the day, you know, we have some idea of working with the town and, you know, with the approval of this first fire station project, and where we're going with the second one, but you can take nothing for granted, right? I mean, each one of these plans is specific to you. But I do think engagement early and often is important, and letting folks know that we're moving fast. and moving fast has its benefits. However, you want to be careful you don't move so fast that people feel like you didn't consider anything else. So as you talked about, when you said we've been here for 5 years already, it's reminding people, how did we get here today? And all the work that you have done and those studies that are out there that already went through a series of options. And if in the end, you're just affirming what your favorite option was of that, once you know who's going to build, design it, you just cut out 2 years of MSBA time, which is fabulous from a standpoint. So it really just riding that edge of making sure folks are informed, but no one feels like something was a foregone conclusion, right? And I didn't get to input. So it's really about educating. It's about starting these community sessions right away. Hey, here's where we are. We've got our team now. We're going to move ahead. We're going to come to town meeting later to get further design funding to get us through bidding, and strategizing with you on how do you want to do it, right? Best case scenario is come to town meeting with bids in hand later and just keep you informed of what's the level of magnitude of this project, right? Costs are doing nothing but going up. So the idea of being able to get to market sooner only helps. It's public construction. It will not go down. It will level off, and inflation may, we're starting to see it back to like around 3%, which is great, but we're not expecting it to go minus, right? Because labor only goes up. And until the market completely rights itself, even when it rights itself, I don't think any of us at this table would ever tell you, we've never seen costs in total go down throughout. I don't know, anybody.
I agree with that. I mean, just one minor point to John, like when we roll those community forums out, and when you solicit feedback, we start with a timeline. You start from day one. Here's the horizon, and here's when to get involved, and here are the important touch points, and here's what you can do for us as the public. You set them up with different themes, right? One can be about sustainability. I think it was a question in the RFS that you guys said you're open to it, but there's not a driving force behind that. A lot of times these school projects become that catalyst. There's already a green committee in town, perhaps, that's been working, and they latch onto you as a horse that they want to ride to show that Milton is doing its role and being, whether it's net zero ready or geothermal or just sustainability or photovoltaics, and your public forum ends up being the information back to the residents and explaining that to them. And so things get added onto your project just because of the feedback that happens throughout. So having specific topics and laying them out so people can follow through helps bring them along with you. So when you get to the vote, the information's out there.
I think you've already touched on many of the points. Sean mentioned we're very interested in shortening the period, the build period. Tell me, in all the projects, what have you done specifically other than town meetings and laying plans? What strategies have you deployed that showed significant reduction in delivery time?
So I think that if you are behind it, we talked about the two traditional delivery methods, right? For public construction, design, bid, build, or CM at risk. Design build is a separate entity, which we don't see a lot in public construction, where you hire a design builder and they're responsible for both the design and the construction. It's really just either design, bid, build, or CM at risk. The design, bid, build, you have to let the design process run through to its natural conclusion, which means you get a project construction documents to 100% and you put them on the street. That time is set based upon the feedback from the designer that you hire. I can design you a school in 16 months. I can design you a school in 12 months. If someone starts to say I can design you a school in 6 months, we're going to really be concerned.
Take a pass on that.
That's too short, right? But the moral of the story there is you have to wait until that's completely designed and then you bid it. Okay. And then, from that point, you're going to tell this builder, we're going to give you 18 months to do to build the project, 16 months, whatever we think along in concert with the designer is a fair time. When you start that project plays into that. If you give someone a construction start in December, you've just basically hamstrung them because you really can't put foundations in the ground in January, February, March, unless it's at a real premium. You're digging through frost, like you can do anything. It just costs more. I think your opportunity to shorten the duration here might be the CM at risk delivery method, where you can start early packages. You get a CM on board, they become part of the project team well before the design is completed. They provide input instead of us providing a second backup estimate. You're having the builder provide you with that cost estimate as the person who's gonna actually be doing it. Again, that's in concert with the designer's cost estimate, so we can make sure we're staying on budget. But that delivery method affords you the ability to put out early release packages. So as soon as the foundation, the site, and the steel drawings are ready, you can go out on the street and start the procurement and actually start constructing this building while the rest of the design is being finished. Now, again, we need to make sure that we're careful and that we really have a lot of the other details squared away. But using the CMRS delivery method could save half a year or more on the project, depending on, again, a lot of it's in the what, the devil's in the details, right? What exactly are we building? How is the building shaped? How many stories is it? Where is it on site? What's the site work look like? But if you go into selecting a designer with knowing that they have that experience of being able to do early release packages, because some designers don't. Some designers might not have worked with CM, construction manager at risk, may have done all design bid build projects. That to us is a great way to be able to accelerate. The other piece is to make sure that, you know, when we talk about decision points, and Jeff talks about that timeline, is that we get the buy-in for this group about the timeline, and then whoever this group reports to, you know, is there a, you know, what is the school committee buy-in on this? What's the board of selectmen buy-in on this? It's understanding that that support is there, so that when we say, okay, you say, let's use an example, you want to build, we know you want to build where DRA did the mock-up, right next to the just to the lower left of the track track around the field. If you know that, and you want to memorialize that, great. You just saved what usually takes 7 months to do with the MSBA. Okay, are you sure you want it? Okay, now we talk about building configuration. Okay, where we're going to put the pre-K kids, we're going to put the middle schoolers. Okay, it's having a timeline that says we need an answer by this time from you, and you guys sticking to it. Because if we fall off of that time frame along the way, you know, things just get longer. And then if by some chance that site work that was going to start in May of next summer gets pushed until January, well, it wasn't just a 6-month delay, it was 6 months plus the delay of the winter, which now you're dealing with. So suddenly those little fall offs can have big impact. So I would say, if we know you want to go fast, that's great. We change our mindset right from the beginning and say, okay, let's do it. Let's do it smart. Cut off your nose to spite your face, right? Like, don't make any decisions that you can't come back from, and have, you know, get a system in place that we're buying off on items, we're meeting regularly, you know, we really kind of map this thing out. And it's really important that the designer we select has that bandwidth as well. Because you can say, we want to do it faster. We can tell you that we can do it faster, but if they can't do it faster, the issue isn't so much the designer, it's the 7, 8, 12 sub-consultants that they need on their team. Mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, kitchen, you know, acoustic, you know, all of the different expertise. There's very few firms that have all of that in-house.
Right, and you have that in-house, and but so under a design bid build contracting structure, is that when you find yourself leveraging your in-house resources more, and how does that translate to cost from you guys?
Yeah, so just to be clear, we would never be your designer. But
No.
But when those designs come out, what we would do is when we, you know.
The short answer is yes. So like when we go through a design review, so we do a deeper dive, right? So if it's a GC bid and you don't have the benefit of a construction manager who has the expertise, we end up being that filling the void, if you will. Right, so if it was a GC project, we would bring in more in-house resources to look at the MEP, look at the structural, you know, many of us have civil backgrounds and can understand what we see there. But it's a deeper dive and more about coordination, right? Make sure that those a tight set of documents that gets bid at that particular stage. We would still do it regardless of what is a CM, because we want to make sure you're getting what you paid for with the CM too. We're always going to bring our lens to it, our lessons learning. You know, we track as part of our change orders on all projects. You know, why is there a change order there? What occurred to it? We kind of have a master log of issues that come up in the industry with materials and things that come up along the way, so that when our people do drawing reviews, that's a set of notes they have to the side to make sure that this designer is not making the same mistake. You know, an example, just because it may be relevant, is DRA. So I worked on a project in Hopkinton with DRA, and then they got hired for a subsequent job in both Stoughton and then Middleborough. And we took the same change order log and brought it to the next one, and lo and behold, on their first set of drawings, they were making the same mistakes. So we showed them that, hey, here's how you fixed it with us on the other project, let's apply that fix early, so that we can clear that up and make sure the drawings are correct when they get out to bid to minimize change orders. Because time is money with change orders, and we want to avoid the time impact and the money impact.
Also, from a planning and budgeting standpoint, we know when those we don't come here as your project team and say, well, you're hiring 12 other people. No. We have limited windows where a few other people in our office will perform those page turns and go through it. And we make sure we, get the best bang for the buck that we can, that, we get an MEP person, not just an HVAC tech, but someone who does plumbing, someone who also does fire protection and can kind of go through that, because Jeff hit on it. It's more of the problems are about coordination of drawings. It's not that there's bad design. It's that, there's an air handling unit on the roof and there's a line that shows the power goes to the panel, but then there's no breaker in the panel for the air handling unit. It's those kind of small things where at the end of the day, we don't want to be paying for change orders right out of the gate as somebody starts going through these drawings and saying, oh, look, they forgot this or they forgot that. That's where the lessons learned are really important. And that's why having done so many schools, we've worked with most of the designers that have been doing it for a while. So we have that database of what, what caused what, on other projects.
Any other questions? Then more to, could you just set base a little more, and I know you talked about Article 97 experience and stuff like that, can you just elaborate a little bit further on that? Obviously, that's one of the big things.
Yeah, so first of all, the good news and congratulations is you got your town meeting vote, right? Like, that's one of the critical steps of like meeting with, the EEA, environmental affairs, and understanding, Concom, right? You want to make sure that there are people locally that support the project and you do the right amount of land swap. You secured your vote, although I know it was by a hair margin, but that's important information to go to the next stage. The next step is meeting with your legislators, so your House of Representative liaison and your state Senate liaison, to getting them to be your advocate. And I know that you guys have already reached out to them and had some initial conversations. And so, they need to be your workhorse and we need to support them with whatever they need to do to get to the next stage. The last time that we submitted the project, we worked with our state representatives. In that case, it was the town of Millis. We worked with them ahead of time, where we did a land swap there. And this particular image was, this was all Article 97 land right here. We needed to free up a zone between the two existing schools to build a school. So what we did was identify other adjacent zones that weren't protected, that we said we could make contiguous space and trade that off. And so, we stitched together the right message, which, sounding by the acreage that you guys have offered, is that starting point, right? You're offering a lot more acreage than what you're taking in order to build your building. So the next step is to really get them to be the advocates and take that good story of the turning over, was it 75 acres you're trading for?
I wish.
I wasn't sure the exact acre.
32, 75 is going to the Conservation Commission, but some of it's just change of ownership.
Okay.
So some of it's already Article 97 land, just not owned by the Conservation
Okay.
Commission.
All right, so 32 is what you're offering up, and is it 7.8 or something that you're taking for the particular
About
project?
7.8, 2.8 of which is just conservation land, the other is parkland or active recreation.
All right, so you're doing, fivefold, right, which is the great part of the story. And so the last time we submitted, it took 5 months to go through the process. So we submitted in January, marched it through the two legislative branches, they signed off, and the governor signed off, and we got it back in May. But that was us checking in to make sure they're moving it along, and they all have their constituents in their relationships, and you're relying on them to be your advocate. So just to put that in perspective, it was about a 5-month process from the time we submitted. We also had to do surveys related to that. So meets and bounds survey. On that particular instance, we actually had a lot of encroachment, from neighbors. The town decided whether it's 97 land or not, we're not going to sit there and push everybody's fence back or their shed back, because that would have been a PR nightmare, right? So this is about the right story, right? So it's not worth being nitpicky on things like that, but the town has record and knows who's beyond the encroachment, should they need it.
Thanks. Any other questions? Right. Excellent. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
When will you be making a decision?
I believe we're gonna deliberate tonight and hopefully make a decision tonight, but for us. Hold on. What?
I'm sorry.
Sorry. So for us right now, we're making a recommendation to the select board. The select board is gonna make the final decision next Tuesday night, I believe.
Great. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much for
Appreciate
your time.
Thank you.
You guys want any extra copies?
Yeah,
For anybody?
Yeah, if you wanna leave, it's fine. I'll hand them up to Nick. and stuff.
You don't mind the other part of the conversation about. Here's my video. Here's the meters.
John, you just sign off. Oh, gosh, sorry. It's all good.
I'll be getting, the phone will be ringing.
No, yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you, nice job, appreciate it. Yes, we appreciate it. Good luck with this project.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much. Hey, thank you. Take care. Thank you very much. Nice meeting you, Doug. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Oh, no kidding. Excellent. Really good.
Steve's still really loud in the office.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Very much for your time. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. Look forward to seeing everybody at the ribbon cutting.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Well, take care.
For the next year. Yeah. Let's get them going.
I know, it's good. There's Eliza today.
You can ask any question, please.
Now, it will be. In this side. And I was someone, I was like.
Before you know it, they'll be ready to go
When you
to
see the streets.
middle school, high school and all that. I don't know about that.
How you doing?
You send to the table?
Please.
Is this all right?
Yes, you can, all of that, all around.
Thanks for hanging in there, guys. We know it's late.
Thank you for your.
Sorry, it was in the border.
No, that's right. We feel bad. We've been in your seats and it's a long day.
Yes. How are you? Good, how are you? Good.
Yeah, so we just need you to log into the Zoom.
Yeah.
Vote you as a panelist.
Yeah, we have Brian Bacon, who would also be a panelist on his own.
Yep.
So if we can bring ourselves on as a panelist, then Brian.
Yeah, this is-
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, come on.
Mike?
Do you want me to move over here? I don't know if that was.
Can I sit here?
Oh, yeah, yes, Chief Jackson. Yes, you are, but that's ball head guys. I know you are. I'll come with that.
No bad head, yeah. A hard hat, helmet head.
All right. I'm in meeting.
Right, yeah.
Great.
Hold on just 1 second, I just need to make sure this.
Yeah, making sure, let me know.
I'm just checking if you folks can hear me real quick.
Yes, sir. Great.
Perfect, thank you.
Can you hear us, Brian?
I can.
Okay, so
That's nice and clear.
And try-
perfect. So then I just need to figure out, since I have the presentation here, I need
Yep,
to.
I gotta promote you as panelist.
Oh, perfect, okay. I don't have the controls yet, that's why.
Yeah, just takes a second. Sorry, it's tough to navigate from this far away. So we'll pop on your screen and say you've been promoted
Yes.
and then just accept that. There we go. And then I'm just gonna make you a co-host. There we go. Third time in, we got it down. I think.
Yeah.
So then I'm gonna share my.
1 second. You have no audio on, right?
Correct.
Perfect.
Yeah, I should, right?
No, that's fine, just making sure.
Okay, I wanted to be one of those.
Yeah, those,
Reverberation.
yeah.
Alright, and so then I'm gonna share my screen. There we go. All right.
Perfect.
Technology.
Yeah, exactly.
We're in.
So, yeah, basically the format that we ask is, it's about a 15-minute presentation, plus or minus. There's no hard clock or anything like
Great.
that. And then, we'll do about 30 minutes of Q&A afterwards. And then, just to start off, let the panel introduce themselves. So, Gary.
Carrie Hurley, a member of the school building committee.
Glenn Hoffman, member of the school building committee.
Scott Turshak, a member of the school building committee.
Sean O'Rourke, Chair of the School Building Committee.
Mark Loring, Vice Chair of the School Building Committee and School Committee member.
Selena Miranda, member of the school building committee and also the school committee.
Tim Lombard, school building committee.
Aqua Ebon School Building Committee and Town Meeting Member.
Great. I'm a town meeting member too.
Yes.
So floor is yours. Take it
Great.
away.
Well, maybe we'll do the same and go around and introduce ourselves very quickly, and then we'll start from my side.
Yeah, Linda Lepoito. I'm the website manager for this project.
Adele Sands, I'm the education liaison.
John Bates, project manager. Jim Rogers, I'm the principal left field.
And I'm Jay Faxon, MEP.
And
Brian Dakin, project director on the Zoom.
So Brian would normally be here with us today, but he tested positive for COVID this morning.
Thank
He
you.
thought it best that he hang back, so we'll have Brian virtually, if you will.
Yeah, I apologize. We have an absentee member, Mike Zulis from the school building committee. He's also the town select board chair. So he had a separate meeting. He had to attend.
Okay, so he's not virtual.
He's not even
Okay,
virtual.
got it. Great. With that said, we'll jump right in. Does that make sense? So again, as I mentioned, I'm Jim Rogers, really excited to be here today to present our team, introduce our team, a little bit about our team and experience. So we're gonna have a quick introduction of left field. We're gonna talk about our capacity. We're gonna talk a little bit about our project, public school experience. We can hopefully get to your project and talk about that in depth. Our community outreach, why left field, and then we'll turn over for questions and answers. And I know you mentioned we have 15 minutes plus or minus, which is great. We appreciate that flexibility, but we'd also like it to be a conversation. So if there are questions that come up during our presentation, that's the type of interaction we love, but we also understand your questions at the end. So however works best for you, works best for us.
Appreciate that.
So quick introduction. So again, as principal, I'm a sole proprietor. So the kind of buck stops with me. We're not a national firm. We're about 40 people strong, so we're about the same size as most of the larger firms doing K through 12 in Massachusetts. We have about, I think, 12 or 13 schools going on in Mass. We've got another 3 schools going on in Rhode Island, 38 employees. Again, we have 6 significant school experience where we've got both feet in both the K through 12 market and the higher ed market as a firm. We do both design, bid, build, and CM at risk. Our preference on complicated school projects is CM at risk. And we have offices in Boston, Worcester, Rockland, and Providence. We do a full breadth of services. Again,
about 2.5 billion in active public projects, most of that in the school arena. We're doing high school as well, we'll get to that. One of the facts or figures I'm most proud of is the 90% employee retention. Being in business for 15 or 16 years now, we've only lost 4 employees. So we do have a very experienced and dedicated staff here. Next slide, please. With that, we'll do a little bit of a more involved introduction. Brian, you want to start with us on the intro? A little bit about
Yeah,
yourself?
sure. And again, apologies, I'm not there in person, but by way of intro, my name is Brian Dakin, project director on this proposal. My roots in the industry come from the architecture side of the equation. And about 12 years ago, I made the switch over to doing owner's project management work. Joined up with Jim in left field about 8 years ago and have exclusively done K through 12 public sector work in the meantime. We'll get into some of the project examples a little bit down the line, some MSBA work, some non-MSBA work. But quickly, I view my role in the project as that of sort of a conductor of the orchestra. And alongside John, we'll have to spend a lot of time with you folks understanding your goals and objectives, and then a whole lot of time writing the right sheet of music and making sure that the designers, the subcontractors, the contractors, everybody, the dozens of folks involved with this project to make it successful, all are in alignment with your goals. And the main way that John and I will achieve that is through good old-fashioned elbow grease, effort, participation. We'll be there to translate between all the different phases of the project for you. And we're available anytime. I highly encourage you folks, if you have the opportunity, to call some of our references on the owner side, ask them what it's like to work with us. But I can promise that we'll be tireless in our turning over every stone to make sure that your goals are achieved on this project. With that, I'll kick it over to John to introduce himself.
Thanks, Brian. So John Bates, project manager on this project. And I'm a relative new hire to left field, but I'm not new to OPM work. I'm coming from a larger firm where I worked almost exclusively on K-12 public school work. And before that, I am a registered architect. Before that, I worked on the design side for about 15 years. But I sort of found my calling here doing K-12 public schools. It's the kind of work I really enjoy. And quite frankly, it's why I came to left field a few months ago, because partly because of the things that Jim said, it's a smaller company than where I'm coming from. It's a close-knit group. It's very collaborative, and it's what really appealed to me about, it's one of the things that really appealed to me about the company. So really excited to talk about your project tonight. Nice to meet you all.
Thanks, John. Bill?
I'm Adele Sands. I'm the education liaison. I'm a former school superintendent. I've been in education for 35 years, and I oversaw a 6-building multi-phase project that was 6 years long, and that included 16 towns and 4 cities. In order to pass, that was the vote. I had to have 16 select boards and 4 mayors vote. So I have seen the hardest part of this work, and my job is to really help the educators, the administrators, because there is a language in construction, and I am the conduit between the educators, the contractors, the OPM, and sort of ensuring that the educators know what's going on at all times and make effective decisions.
And I am Linda Laporto. I am, as I mentioned, website manager for a lot of our K through 12 projects. I come from a construction background. Prior to that, with graphic design, so the two kind of merged very accurately. So when Adele speaks the language between construction and education, I kind of speak the language between construction and technology, if you will. So I handle a lot of the documentation and technology.
I'm Jay Faxon. I've been in the HVAC MEP world for 47 years. And I've been with Jim for going on 10 years, I think now. And coming from the service side of things, being a service technician my whole career, it's great to be able to work on new buildings and see that they get installed correctly. I can't tell you how many times I've gone into a building and said this thing never worked right from day one. And sometimes it takes a year to get a building squared away after the fact. So it's a pleasure being here to meet everybody, and we are turning out some great schools that are mechanically accessible, easy to maintain, well installed. Everything's labeled, and we're turning out some nice products.
Just one last second, the only other person I want to call out who couldn't be here tonight because he's at another meeting is David Sandon, our project advisor. He's in a town meeting with Whittier tonight, who's looking to secure their town vote. So David will be project advisor. David's worked on a host of school projects, one of our real senior people and someone we do tap from time to time when we have issues or concerns. Otherwise, we have Sally Rogers, no relation, doing finance administration. And we have Andy DeShanes as our site rep as part of the team. Excellent. One of the keys, as you heard, John, is, been with us a couple of months. Because of that, again, as a sole proprietor, I work a little differently. I don't have profit margins I need to hit or anything like that. So I brought John on to sit on the bench to wait for the right project. We believe this is the right project to go after. So John has 100% availability currently. And we think his availability in this school, if you look at for Milton, if you look at that highlighted column, is 30%. Now he's up to 100%, but we think that's probably going to be the required need is somewhere 30% plus. So he'll be here for as as much as we need him, and that's our goal. Brian as well has 50% capacity. You can see he has two other schools he's working on a smaller basis. So Brian has, we think, probably 20% or so he would be needed on this project. So based on their available capacity, they can handle this project very well. And I think that's a key differentiator, quite frankly, with our team. Left field, as an entity, as I say, we kind of live in the public realm. On the left-hand side of the slide is some of our local clients, towns and cities, and on the right side, we work for many public authorities on the public side. We have the MSBA, the MSCBA, DOER, UMass Building Authority, and DCAM, and again, both K through 12 projects and higher ed projects on the educational side.
So
Brian,
I'm gonna run you through a handful of the example projects that we've worked on, but I'll admit that I'm gonna do this fairly quickly and mainly so we can get to speaking about your project. If there's any curiosities about any of these projects on the screen, how they are similar, I'd encourage you folks to ask questions or stop me. But what's on the screen now, we're starting with a number of our elementary schools. We sort of like to think that we've seen every version of the Build a School movie a handful of times, regardless of issues that come along with them, whether it's challenges with permitting, land acquisition, land swaps, environmental issues, etc. And certainly the ones on the screen and the few in the next coming slides hit a lot of those points. There's two elementaries here in Brookline. One is a non-MSBA project. One is an MSBA project. Most of our experience is within the MSBA realm, but we've definitely worked on projects outside of that. And when we get to our view of your schedule a little later, John's going to speak a little further to that as what might be some of the advantages of working outside of the MSBA guide, the MSBA pipeline, let's call it, and in that we can sort of get moving pretty quickly and stay moving quickly. We're big believers that really time is money on these large development projects, and getting the ship really moving and getting it moving in the right direction is important. Other elementaries on the school right now, Brown Elementary in Marblehead, Florence Roach and Groton, and Woodland and Milford, all in one way or the other overlap with some of the issues you folks have with grade configuration, Article 97. We've also done plenty of middle schools, many that involve Article 97, land swap issues, and we've also done a lot of high schools, as Jim noted before. I know these are a little bit of a different scale than the project we're looking at with this middle school, but again, these large projects tend to turn over all of the stones and challenges that we would usually hit, a lot of which you have on this site. And I'd like to commend you before I turn it over to John to talk a little bit more about your site and the work you folks have done to date on the land swap. That had to be a heavy lift, and I think you've got a great head start that we can get running on here. And I actually am going to hand it back over to Jay to talk a little bit more. One constant from all those projects we just rifled through real quick is Jay, and what he brings to the table, what he brings to our clients is unique. among our peers, and it's something that we wanted you folks to have a little window into. So, Jay, take it away.
Punchline. So, yeah, I go to all of these schools, but I also I oversee a lot of the commissioning. But the biggest part I can tell you is during construction, to make sure the equipment's installed correctly. I can't tell you, even when you get the A team on the mechanical contractors and the GCs, there's still, these buildings go up so fast, you need eyes on them, right? To make sure that everything gets installed correctly, because whoever's gonna maintain them is gonna be lost if they don't know where everything is. The other thing I do is I stay behind, I take guided tours, I give guided tours to the facilities guys or your contract, whoever takes care of your schools. And show them all the ins and outs before the ceiling grids go in, you know, talk shop. What kind of a building do you want? Do you want a green building? Do you want a bare bones, basic, simple, fossil fuel building? We've done them all, and I'm very proud to say that every building that we've done, I've had great influence on making sure that everything's installed correctly and commissioned and turned over perfectly. I've even stayed behind on some of the schools, some of the bigger schools to train, and sometimes 6 months, you know.
Yeah, if I may, Jay, on the Brook High School, Jay actually helped hire the facilities person for the high school. Helped hire them, wrote the job description, was in the interviews with the town of Borica. Helped select this person, helped train this person, and then stayed behind for 60 to 90 days and made sure his staff was trained from there. So we're big on the transition. We understand the difficulties it is bringing a new school onto a town. And some of the, you know, sophistication issues, staffing issues, we get that. Jay is our help there. During
3 years later, I'm still talking to that guy, and he's the facilities director for the whole town now.
Right, so he's grown from the school to town hall.
Yeah, it's worked out really well. And all of our schools are similar.
Thanks. John, you wanna?
Yeah, I can just talk us through the project understanding. These are the keys to the project as we see them. We have to address that overcrowding issue. We look through the RFS. You guys have desks and chairs and hallways. You don't have space for SPED or music library. We're going to address that. Engage the community, I think, is going to be critical. To get the word out, get their buy-in on it. I think funding appropriations can be a big part of this project, so that's something that we're going to work on, Linda, in particular, on her website. And we have various ways of getting the community involved and informed. So we accelerate the schedule. I think Brian said it, time is money. We want to minimize the exposure to cost escalation. We'll talk about that a little bit to schedule. Jay touched on it, new building systems, sets his specialty, and we'll talk more about that. And safe construction, I think you've got a relatively busy zone. You've got the Milton High School nearby, you've got Blue Hills Parkway, you've got that housing development nearby, so that's something that's going to be a key to success. And CM at risk, we're proponents of CM at risk, and I think it's something that we should really consider. Go to the next slide. So we looked at the schedule, and Brian touched on it. We think there might be some advantage here working in our favor by not being in the MSBA system, and I think it's because we don't have to juggle and work around that board meeting cycle, especially in the beginning. We can immediately, the day we're hired, get that RFS out there advertised. Let's look for a designer that can mobilize right away, get working, get them out on the site, and analyzing, doing traffic studies, wetlands, geotech, and get that going. Like I said, we want to move through this process expeditiously. We want to engage a CM at risk, most likely chapter 149A. We can tap into their ability to do cost estimating throughout the project, throughout the design phase. We can do early bid packages during construction documents. We're targeting a substantial completion, we think, of fall 2027. We know you guys have an annual town meeting in May. We look for additional funding appropriation is needed at that point. And then probably targeting maybe a special town meeting in the fall of 2024 for the full appropriation of the project. Permitting, we got to get going on that right away. get all the local and state approvals underway, and like I said, early packages, mid CDs, construction, and then final commissioning in beginning in 2028.
We feel like that first town meeting, you know, in May of next year is gonna be key to getting this part, the feasibility study appropriately funded. So there's some real concern about the dollars that are out there now and attracting the right architect. So we have some ideas around that to help, but
Just to give you an update, we have a town meeting coming up in December.
great,
We have a funding article, we think for
Great.
additional funding
Great.
under there, so.
Great.
The idea is to have additional funding come January.
wonderful, that's wonderful, that's great. Anything else here? Okay, great.
Yeah, we want to touch on cost escalation. It's a big topic, as you folks all know. This is nothing new. This is the purchase price index data going back to 2006. You see that line there going from 06 to 2017. It took 11 years for the PPI index to go up 50 points. And then the last couple of years, we did that same 50-point increase in just 2 years. So we're dealing with unprecedented construction cost escalation. Go to the next slide. It just continues to illustrate the point. 14 years of year-over-year average of 3% increase. And then the last couple of years, we did 27%. It's just costs are going up substantially just in the last couple of years. And that leads me to the next slide, our conceptual project budget. So in the RFS, you folks had had a project, total project budget range somewhere between $80 to $90 million at a cost per square foot at about 550 per square foot. That definitely makes sense. And we were seeing that just a couple of years ago. And that's for an enrollment of 750, approximate building size of 120,000 square feet. But what we're seeing in the market most recently is costs upwards of $800 per square foot for a new middle school. And that brings your total project budget to the $120 to $130 million range.
So it's not news we wanted to, you know, we take lightly letting you guys know, but our job as, you know, your advocates and your owners rep is to make sure your eyes are open, right? And we want to let you know there's some upward impact to pricing. And that's putting the project probably closer to the 120 range than the 89 range. So I think that's important for you folks to know now as we head into this.
So this is me. So one of the things that I work on with Linda is ensuring that the community is well aware of every single mark we hit in this project. It's important to get information out early and often. And so we have multiple ways of doing this. We do listening sessions, public forums, community outreach. We have multiple media outlets, and we will keep this going throughout the whole project so that your community, everyone in your community has the ability we will push the information out because we want to make sure that everybody knows when it comes time that they don't feel as though they've been left out of any decision or any thought, or even the ability to say, I'm confused or I'm nervous, because that will be part of what happens. I'm enthusiastic, I'm anxious. This offers you the ability to see exactly where the community is coming from and for them to see exactly where you're coming from. With that, one of the ways we do this.
Excuse me. One of the ways that we do help to get that information out to everyone is by creating a project website. It is what I like to call a sort of a virtual file cabinet, if you will, of all the information. It has different sections that we can set up to cater to whatever happens on the project. One of the big key components to it is it has the scheduling component where people can log in and see where the next events are. They're tied to the town's websites, so they can check when the next meetings are, when the community forums are coming up, what documents have been issued, where we are in the design process. And overall, once you get into the construction process, it's a great way for the contractors to actually have their schedules, their ways to display if there's going to be road closures or safety concerns or anything like that. And then there's also a really helpful tool, which is our FAQ section, where we can sort of cater to the questions that are coming up throughout all these different events, and we can post the questions and answers which helps alleviate some of you folks' constant questions from the stakeholders. Well, where are we with this? Where are we with this? It's an easy way for everyone to just refer to the website. We have a QR code, and you can take it from there. The QR code that is on this page is obviously not for your website, but it is for a current website for a current project in high school. If somebody was interested to just kind of check it out and see how it looks when it's gone into further into the process.
So I left field again. Hopefully, you've met our team tonight, our experienced team. This is really an A team we put together for this project. As I said, we don't go after every project. We felt this was a good match for John, who was on our bench. Again, we have both an MEP and an educational expert with us, so we really try to bring, you know, some expertise to the table in key areas that we think will help. As I mentioned, you know, we're locally owned. You don't need to call Los Angeles or New York to get a hold of us. You just call my cell phone. So that's a little bit about us.
Oh, mine.
Oh, yours, James.
Or John, or Adele's.
So that's a little bit about us, and we're happy to take any questions you have for us. We, again, appreciate the time so late at night to let us introduce ourselves.
Yeah, and apologies for running a little bit over.
You know, it's fine. Could you guys just mail these slides?
We will. We also have hard copies for you as well.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
We'll do both. All right. Open up to questions from any members. They always start slow.
Of course.
Yeah.
Sure,
Hold on.
yeah,
go. Yep. Tim.
Okay, so I'm just curious, like, once things get underway, John will be spending a significant amount of time physically with our project, and then Adele, you would likely kind of be the public face and doing all of this engagement. So will you be sharing some of that on-site time so that you can speak to this?
Yes, actually, so one of the things that we do in the back is that we have team meetings once a week for any project, and we will meet just whoever's on the team once a week, and that way I will find out exactly when you need me, where you need me, and I make myself very available. I love this job because I get to go to schools and not have to be the superintendent, and I get to do all the really good part of this, but I'm available if you want to. There are schools where I just go meet with the superintendent who's struggling with something, or I will go to community forums, or I will help with the education plan. When you have the educational planner come in to do that work, I help with the faculty and getting them to understand that they don't have to ask for windows and electrical outlets when they are asked to, what do you want the school to look like? But John, I make myself available to whoever the project director is, project manager. They will say, you come to the school, can you spend a week at the school working on different things, being at the ed plan? Absolutely.
Find this location geographically very convenient. I'm a South Shore guy, and anything south of Boston's fantastic. The OPMs don't always get to pick where we go, and sometimes we have to travel much further, so logistically, this is fantastic.
I've never been north of Interstate 90. I don't know the big.
I was going down the same line that Tim went on that one. But I was wondering if you could just tell me a little bit more about how you oversee the design process, and really make sure that it's really, I guess what I'm concerned about is that the programming is captured, and we're still staying on budget.
Yeah, this is a good one for John, I think, and Brian, both being former architects and trying to control its design. So maybe John, you can go first. Then maybe
I mean, my first thought is it's collaborative between OPMs and designers. It's very collaborative, and we're on the same team. To the point where it starts to get in the way of the budget, because our charge obviously is to maintain that budget. So what we look for primarily is we want to maintain the education space. And if it comes to the point where the budget's getting out of line, we start talking about value engineering, we start talking about pulling things back. But, our charge is maintaining the budget. but it's firm but fair in terms of how we work with the designer. I think probably the thing I want to get across the most is that we want to foster a team environment, right? That's really important to us. So everyone has to be on the same page. Again, it's when it comes to the budget, we have to draw a hard line there. So,
Brian, you want to touch on that as well? How you tend to keep your projects within budget?
Sure, and I certainly don't want to start it with an insult or perceived insult to architects, but architects aren't always the best at keeping budget in mind as they're designing and absorbing your goals, but they are very good at coming up with creative solutions, and often that's where we meet them in the middle of there's no one way to deliver on an educational goal when you're talking about a physical building. There's a lot of different ways to do it. So we try to always keep one of our eyes on the market, on all of the other estimates we're seeing out there, on our projects, on other projects, trying to know exactly how other people are solving the riddle that everyone wants to solve, and that's cost effective and educationally appropriate. So kind of going back to a little bit what I said with involvement, there's really no way to do that than to be on top of and in between every conversation. So whether it's myself, John, Adele, Jim, we need to see what the architect's doing. We need to see what they're being told by your staff through the educational visioning process. And a lot of times we need to try to get them to be creative, to come up with a way to do it that doesn't have a cost premium that can still deliver on all of your goals. So it's really about getting an architect who embraces that. We've worked with just about every one of them out there, and they're all very good at it if you know how to sort of challenge them to be creative and meet a budget.
Well said, Brian. The last thing I'll say too is we showed it on our schedules, bringing the CM on at a very early stage. We showed it, I think, just before schematic design finished, so we could start, dipping our toes into the market and really having the person who's going to be responsible for that building pricing that building. So often we reconcile estimates very early between the CM and the estimator working for the architect. We've even brought our own estimator on and reconciled 3 separate estimates given the volatility in the market. So early engagement with the CM, creative working with the architect, and I think working in a collaborative fashion are probably the best ways to maintain that budget for it.
Time is of the essence for this project.
Yes.
Lauren Chesson spoke very well of your work with her, trying to deliver an increased scope within the same time. Can you elaborate on strategies that you would use here, other than just the industry talk?
Yeah. Brian, maybe you could talk about early packages and, how we might accelerate the schedule for Aqua's comments.
So one, right off the bat is engagement of the architects. And we have a good sense of who's busy, who's a little less busy, who's ready to jump on this. That's something we'd love to talk to you folks about. And you can, probably one of the biggest strong suits of not being in the MSBA pipeline is you get to pick the architect. That's not the case on an MSBA job. You have voices, you have votes, but those are just votes. If you go through the MSBA process, you folks can pick who you want. We think we'd be a good conduit to help you make a decision to get an architect that's ready to go and ready to start producing early bid packages. So there's really nothing unique about the site that we have to know much about the program to get moving on site prep. And site prep is probably the biggest item that I think would build momentum for you folks, is really following up on all that hard work you did on the land swap, getting the road moved, getting some areas leveled, ready to go. That's all work that can happen while the design is progressing, while we're going through schematic into design development. We would hope that at the latest, by the 60% construction document phase, we have biddable documents to get a contractor out there and working on that site, and really make the change to a construction phase, get that road moved, get folks used to where the building is, where the fence is, what the safety protocols are, while the design's getting finished. So engage an architect that's ready to go, down to the team, down to the people that we've seen do it before, know how to both speak the language of education and do the internal production work to get bid documents out, get a CM on board who's ready to build, and try to build some momentum by getting out and getting that site to where we then have a nice platform to build the building.
Not all architects are adept at issuing early packages. So it would be part of part of the qualifications in the RFP we developed to make sure they could do that. And I think we talked about this as a team, but we think, to repeat what Brian said, is at 60% issuing some site enabling documents to allow us to get going on that driveway move while the building and all the educational planning work continues. That's one way out where we can kind of jump the schedule here and get going. But one of the things we showed in our schedule too is starting that permitting right off. Because there's a lot of permitting between finishing the Article 97 process that Brian said you guys were smart enough to start on your own, plus some of the wetland work. So there's some permitting we want to get going right away, hire the architect, and then do some early packages.
Maybe just a follow up.
Yeah, please.
What's the cadence of reporting? How often do we and other stakeholders get to? I know you talked about making sure the community.
Right.
But there are two sides of the house.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we do a monthly report each and every month. That's our cadence monthly. Cost report, schedule, a pack of invoices. So we summarize the invoices each month for you, which seems, trivial, but it's not, because you see our invoice, the architect's invoice, the CM's invoice, the inspection invoice, all in one package. So you can see, the impact that month of those costs. We do a change order log. We do an origination of the changes and where they're coming from. We track that on an ongoing basis. We do a contingency schedule, all as part of a monthly report that we issue once a month.
And let me jump in there real quick, Jim, if it's okay. There's going to be a whole lot of phases of this project where things are going to be moving faster than a once a month update. And part of what I really meant by John and I really getting to know each and every one of you is knowing what pieces people need to know about on a day-to-day and week-to-week basis, which meetings are important for you and your staff to be at, which meetings are important to prep for the building committee, which meetings are important to engage folks from the town. That's part of that conducting the orchestra that John and I will put a lot of time into and really make sure that we're delivering whatever information you need on whatever schedule you need it, whether it's chat on the phone every Friday on the drive home, which I've done with plenty of building committee chairs and other folks, or weekly emails. Ultimately, everything's consolidated into a monthly report. And once we get building, our site clerk will help us with weekly activity reports too. There's a lot of fun things that you can see on a job site as we finally get to the point where we're building. And we think that's a great part of sort of community engagement, school engagement, building excitement, is knowing what's going on and knowing when we can get you guys out there and sort of show off what you've all invested all this time in.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Every committee's different and every committee wants to know things at a different pace, but we adapt to you guys, right? So however you prefer to get your information, however frequently, we make that work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, so. Yeah.
One other question. I saw on your schedule, you had town approval for funding in May of 24. Any thoughts on, I know that seems like it's a long way off, but at a town pace, that's pretty soon. So any thoughts on how you get us there?
Yeah, and actually there were two, and you can't call it that schedule.
Yeah, I think there was
the first one was the one we thought we might need that you're now doing in December. So that was the May one. And then there was a second funding that was so that cut us up feasibility study, right? So you're doing one in December now. That was our May. And then there was a second one we did, which would be the rest of the project, which was slightly later than that. I think it was probably third or fourth quarter of next year.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just having trouble. You can't go backwards on them? Yeah.
There we go. It wasn't responding to you.
All right, keep going.
Sorry. There we go.
There we go. So, this one here, which is December of next year, so we got a little runway there. So that was the one that's now happening in December. And then this is the one we thought we would do total project funding sometime fourth quarter next year. So a little bit more time to get the schematic design done. You have pricing, bring the CM on, and right before we do early packages, we do the rest of the funding.
I guess I would look to pull that back now. If we're getting
A little
the
earlier.
milestone
Yeah.
done first, then why not get that one done?
Sure. Yep.
we didn't want a bunch of, again, not
Yeah,
realizing
you
we were in
were
December, right?
Yeah.
So we tried to spread it out.
I think that speaks a little bit to getting an architect who's ready to go. There's nothing we like more than trying to put a really efficient schedule in front of you folks. And I think the designer selection, the red diamond over on the left, becomes really important in that what could we get done by 2024 town meeting? How much of a project could we put in front of people and get finance behind it? I think that's topic number one for procuring an architect.
We should finishing that schematic design, which is where we normally go for funding on an MSBA project.
Yeah.
In July of next year, so just a little bit past the May date. So, you know, I could see, you know, certainly maybe late summer, June, July, August, September, being in a realm where we could then go for the rest of the funding. Now that I know again a little bit more, talking to you folks. Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about your cost control during construction? I'm an architect and I know it's real easy to blame the architect. 99% of the time, though, it's not the architect's fault. It's some mistake that the contractor made and they're looking to blame it on someone. Sure. Just talk a little bit about how, you know, cost control during construction, how you deal with RFIs, how you deal with change orders, kind of the process going back and forth with the contractors and keeping change orders down.
Brian, you want to hit that one first?
Yeah, I'm gonna sort of cue it up. I'm gonna do it the way we normally do it. One is its intense involvement in estimating and every single line, going through every line, really scrubbing during the design phase. What are the mechanical systems? What's the envelope? Where are the areas of complexity? Whether we're talking about building envelope and geometry, or we're talking about coordination of mechanical systems. The first step is being very familiar what's in the design documents, in the spec, in the drawings, and having Jay's pulse on all of that. So step one is to get to a really clean set of bid documents that we have faith in, because we've continuously picked apart at it through the estimating process and asking questions about why is this here, why is that there, what if this went there, could it be more efficient, etc. And then really the backside of that is our clerk John, myself on site, Jay on site regularly, and us all communicating and knowing when to bring Jay in to look over people's shoulders, see what people are doing up on the ladders, making sure that that design that we really vetted and spent a lot of time questioning is being built in the manner that it was designed in the documents and the specs. A lot of those issues, as you allude to, do come up during that construction side of it, where maybe a sub has a slightly different idea of how they're going to go about doing it. Maybe it's even just putting the pieces together in an order and in a sequence that we might disagree with. And it's really something that would be a team effort between John and myself with our background in architecture, and Jay with all of his years of experience on how to put this all together on the mechanical side. And it really does, again, come down to participation, spending the time, and you'll see a lot of Jay and us as we move into bid documents, and really, as I said, watching people who are up on the ladders and up on the scaffolding, making sure that they're doing it in the manner that's consistent with the design.
Yeah, and the flip side is too that, you know, there's other times going totally the other way. A contractor might have a good idea that may actually save money, that may actually save time, and just keeping that, making sure that that communication with the architect and with us is kind of kept open and.
Absolutely.
Yeah, MEP coordination, I think we find a lot of issues in there, you know, and.
I hate MEP. That's so hard.
What?
I appreciate guys like you, because it's MEP coordination is difficult.
MEP coordination, you know, we
It's
find
difficult.
a lot of stuff in there, right? And then you get peppered with, hey, can we drill a hole in this beam and such and such, we gotta run a duct underneath this beam and we're below the ceiling level and things like that, right? So those are all things that we really try to focus in on early. There are always going to be, like you just said, the mechanical contractor says, I'm gonna run the pipe straight down this wall here, you know, and what he doesn't realize is there's a duct that has to go across there or something, right? So when the construction is going, I'm like a bloodhound on these jobs, I'm telling you, I'm up the ladder.
I'm assuming you participate in all the coordination meetings.
I do, and I also do weekly walkthroughs on the construction job and make a lot of notes.
So what happens is the engineer
right, working for the architect, will go out there on a Wednesday. And, you know, they'll find a half page of items. Jay will go out there the next day, find 2.5 pages of items. And when I see the list he comes up with, I say, how could we have ever put that ceiling in before Jay's items were addressed?
When I see ceiling grids going in, I start getting heart palpitations, right? Cause I just gotta get on that job and crawl that ceiling and make sure that everything's labeled and everything's installed the way it should be and stuff is accessible. Cause in a couple of days, all of a sudden you go back and there's a pipe in the way, you know, and it's just.
I think one of the things is from the very beginning, one of the things that we're hoping that you notice is that we have a team that has a lot of people who aren't generally available. And we're part of this firm. And so at the very beginning, the question that you were asking about how do we make sure, well, part of it is because I'm going to be in all the meetings around the designing of the buildings. And I'm a former special ed director, I'm a former school principal. And so I can ask all those questions and look at it and say, is that really what, isn't that going to be difficult with all these? I can ask all those questions. I can be a bug in the ear of the project directors. And so that helps ensure that you get the building that you want, the design that you want, the design that the teachers need and that the administrators need. And then when the building's built, you have the person who comes in and makes sure that you end up with the building that is going to work for them.
Yeah, I'll give you one more quick. We're doing a school right now and architectural, I have not much to do about it, right? But my father was a carpenter, he was a building inspector for 30 years. I come from a family of tradesmen. I walked through the kitchen door and I couldn't open the kitchen door to the cafeteria where the kids are going through. Because there was a sliding gate there that they use to close the caf, right, at night. Well, the gate was installed, it couldn't go past the hinges, so the door wouldn't open and the gate wouldn't go in the pocket, right? So, of course, it's not my forte, but I write it up right away, get it on the paper, talk to the architect, the GC, I flag everybody, because we're getting down to the wire, right? This needs to be taken care of right away. So not only do I look at mechanical, but I look at everything, paint, trim, lights, dust.
And I think one other item that's worth throwing in, and this really comes from the top, from Jim, and I think it speaks to what Jim mentioned about, in general, when people find a home at left field, they stick around there, is we don't achieve any of this by being the bang the table in your face type people. We really believe in building relationships, obviously with the owner, but with the architect and with the general contractor and with the subs and with the tradespeople who are doing the work. So we really try to engage everyone along that whole process in a collaborative manner, in a professional and polite manner. And we've had a lot of mechanical and building challenge issues with plenty of subs, but we've never walked away fighting with any of them. And I really think that that's something that whether we're talking the town, the school, or right down to the folks, the laborers on the job site, they'll know who we are. They'll know when to come to us, and we'll know how to speak with them in the right manner that we can get results for you.
It's about the journey for us, right? It's about the journey. It's not just the destination. It's about how we get there. And that's all part of our collaboration with you and the trades.
So just a point on that, like the collaboration that we're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm an MEP manager, so I appreciate everything
Yeah.
you're doing. You know what I mean? I blame the architect every time.
I didn't want to say that all.
I'll say it. You just elaborate just for the people that aren't familiar with it. For like you're talking CM at risk, chapter 149A, filed sub bids and how that coordination has to happen.
Yeah.
It's not my forte.
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that.
Hey, Brian, do you want to talk about 149A and how we can help that coordination?
Sure. So 149A is definitely, the part of the beauty of an old fashioned design bid build process is its simplicity. Someone gives you a price, they don't break that price down, and they bill you on a percentage basis. CM at risk is a different delivery method that the state approved a number of years ago. David Sandin, who's a project advisor on this, was actually on the first public CM at risk project. It's a construction delivery method that originated in the private sector. but it really hinges on open book accounting, early involvement, so we can get them doing the estimates and putting the estimates in the language that we have to bid the project in. So we can have faith that the 17 categories of work that Massachusetts say we have to bid, the filed subtrades is what they're called. And you have to take the low qualified bidder. We do a lot of work with pre-qualification to make sure that, you know, it's not a rubber stamp that a trade bidder is qualified. We have absolutely not qualified certain subs, sometimes across the board because we know what they bring to the table and it's not good. Sometimes we haven't qualified subs based on the project. Maybe it's too much for them or they're too busy. So we do a whole lot of analysis when we advertise for those filed sub bids on what work subs are doing out there. We talk to the CM at risk who's already on board and has already done the estimates about their experience with them. And we whittle down those filed sub bidders that, again, you have to go out via that process based on the law, but we can control to some degree as long as they're qualified and as long as we're fair about it. And I can tell you that we've had a handful of times over the years when we didn't qualify a contractor. Sometimes they go down quietly. Sometimes they go down the opposite of quietly all the way to the AG's office. We've never had any of those decisions come back to us. Every time the response has been, well, they showed the paper trail. They made it clear why you scored what you did. You're not qualified to bid on this job. So really managing that, getting the CM to do the estimating in a way that is clear, getting the designers to format the spec, weed out issues in the spec, make sure we do have true equals, finding out if there are proprietary items, particularly related to security, sometimes building systems, and getting that right in the spec. These also lead us into a clean bidding process that, you know, a lot of effort and attention has to go into those bid packages to make sure they're clean, to not give people the chance to put in a bid protest. That'd be one of the quickest things to derail an efficient schedule. And it's something that we put a ton of time into, just making sure all those public bid packages are unimpeachable. And whatever decision is made, who's qualified, who's not qualified, who's the low bid, is something that we're ready to go with. And we know that they can back up their bid, both in terms of the scope and giving you what's in the drawings, and the schedule in terms of having them the people power to really get it done.
One of the things that Jay does that kind of mixes, you know, what the architect does with what the MEP folks do with the owner is accessibility. So, you know, the architect wants to put, you know, have a beautiful lobby. Sometimes it needs to be equipment in that lobby. How do you know, where do you put it so it achieves the architectural significance maybe the architect's looking for? How do we then, you know, get it so it's accessible? Because, you know, the last thing we want to do is to put up a unit you guys can't get to maintain. And that's a challenge.
We look at the complexity of the controls and things like that, and if you do have smoky back or something like that, you know. Was there any discussion about green building here or all electric or?
We're not there yet. I think it's more of the adoption for the town for the stretch code, if they adopt that and stuff like that, and that would kind of trigger a lot of that stuff going forward.
Yep.
Fire stations are electric, right? All electric, is that right?
I am involved enough to know.
I believe it's. In the walkthrough, isn't that what the town manager said?
I'm no expert.
I thought that town manager said that.
Yeah.
Spirit is there.
Yeah, well, when you look at the scale of what the fire station building is, as opposed to what we're gonna do for the school.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I will tell you though, from the MEP perspective, times have changed and the specs from construction for MEP and refrigeration especially, those specs are 30, 40 years old, right? So if you are thinking of doing new, even if you weren't, but if you were doing split systems and, you know, the installation guidelines, I've rewritten the spec for all of the installation for VRF systems and everything, and we enforce it. We make sure the contractor enforces it, so there are no freon leaks. Everything's installed perfectly, and it lasts a long time, right? So that's a big thing that's been coming up in a lot of the schools lately. And we're on the cutting edge of installing that equipment, making sure it's installed in your schools correctly. I'm proud of that.
Yep. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you.
No mechanic question, boiler question, nothing?
Thank you, everybody.
Guys, thank you for the opportunity. Great question,
Yes.
by the way. I could have never answered that question, Brian did. Brian, thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Guys, pleasure to meet you all. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Great to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you too.
Again, I haven't seen you in the I'm dying laughing because I got Barry.
Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. My wife went to Revere High School.
Like, I'm managing.
Oh, did she? Oh, yeah. Brian. Starting up on like that. Real challenge.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
My comfort, so, that I mean, but yeah.
The process is going well with politics. It's at the context.
Exactly. I think it's so funny.
Yeah, which I actually like that I liked that.
I bet.
Very nice to
I
meet
bet.
you.
Very nice to meet you too.
Thanks.
But yeah, I thought it was you.
Yeah, I know. Like I submitted something to the chair. Your meeting, like, I do know one person pretty well. And she's not doing what she used to do when I knew her, and I'm not doing what I used to. So. Yeah. Good luck with everything. Thank you very much for your time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like somebody runs a lot of the fire station.
You do.
Is that big?
Did you hear that, Glenn? You gonna get up to the fight spot?
What's that?
Always the appetite fault.
Oh, I know, I knew that was coming.
Which is hilarious.
I always
because
love when
when I was
ex-architects, I beating up architects, so. Yeah, I have all my comebacks in my mind, I'm like, don't behave.
being in property management for 20
You're a
years,
good
I was
architect.
always in between the two.
If you're a good architect, you can still be an architect. I know them all.
Still recording.
Won't see it. No, I have so many friends in the trades that I'm just so like this shit.
Yeah.
My other comeback is, it's always nice when we have to worry about one aspect of the project, not all aspects of the project, like an architect has to, Sean, right?
Yes. We're gonna have fun over
And in the defense, and it's, there are some really bad architects too. There are some really bad architects out there right now. Another problem is
they're bad MVP.
there was such a shortage of this, no, there was such a shortage of architects, that they've actually started lowering the standard to become an architect, like they made the testing procedure easier, you can start testing earlier, you just have to wait. You said that once you got out of school, you gotta wait 3 years before you can even sit the test.
Yeah.
Now they're letting you start taking the test early. Yeah. I don't agree with any of it.
Yeah, it seems a bit.
It should still be difficult. I won't even get into the people I hire. All the big firms get all the help and it's nothing like.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had one guy, I get a lot of, he picked up a move to Miami on me.
We're having, with my company, weekly departures, so people just going over.
Right, it's not rocket science, it's AutoCAD, right? And I'm marking it up for you. All you have to do is draw it exactly the way I told you to.
Yeah.
But this.
Right.
We record everything, right?
Yep. Everything that reported. That's good. We're alive still.
I may have been all of a derogatory comment.
Listen.
So are we being recorded now?
Yes.
I don't think it's shut off. Huh?
No.
No, we are,
still
everything
live.
is being recorded.
This is a public meeting.
Oh, That's nice.
Statements are a matter of public record.
Oh, that's so interesting. Good.
Scott to get back, so once he gets back, we'll just kind of run through the references. For, you know, what you guys saw for each one of them.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just gonna go to such a general discussion, whatever, kind of review, and then let people kind of chime in, how they see fit. All right, so that was great. There was a lot of information. It's impressive. For, you know, what we're trying to do now is, you know, gather as much information, make our decision, and each one of us kind of come up with our 1, 2, and 3, you know, most preferred being 1, second, then third. So one of the key things that we did, or at least I asked some people to do, is check references that were there. So Aqua, if you want to start.
So I checked reference for left field, the last group to present. And what I did was, I went to the page, the electronic presentation, and I went through the schools they said they'd done work for. I called a total of 4 different folks on the list there. Was fortunate enough to speak with Laura Chesson of the Florence Roach Gorton, Massachusetts school system. She is the superintendent. And I posed the 4 questions that were suggested. I added, this is just how I think, I like things to be in numbers. So I added my own metrics to it and say, in addition to, I explained she should pick a number between 1 and 10. 10 being that they performed over her expectation, 1 being the worst thing she's ever dealt with.
Okay, perfect.
So she scored left field 10 in all 4 categories.
What were the 4 categories?
These 4 suggested questions were quality of communications between town and OPM. I think that was sent by an email to all of us.
Yep.
And she said she's very pleased with the service, especially the communication, and would score them a 10. But she also added the caveat that she is the central person they communicate through, so she knows everything they're doing. The second question was how they management of design team and GC. Very useful working with the MSBA. She said they were able to come up with questions that the contractors or designers were not aware of, and were able to channel them correctly, and she scored them a 10 there. The third question was when problems come up with the design / contractor, where they resolved satisfactorily. She said yes, and gave an example that on Friday she had concerns about technology this past Friday, and that was resolved. She was informed by Saturday, and by Sunday that there was a resolution. So it was resolved almost immediately. So by Friday, according to her, Friday, right around 3 p.m. she was aware, and by Sunday it was resolved. So she scored them a 10 there. Overall ability to coordinate the project and keep things moving forward. She mentioned that left field was able to handle an additional increase in scope of up to 2 million and kept the project $2 million and still kept the project on time. The increase in scope was some study they didn't do well about a wetland, that they had to do some more work on the wetland. They were able to find contractors who were available almost immediately. I think what John was mentioning, their ability to tell who's ready to go, and they came in, got the work done, and they still remained on time. The project under consideration is very similar, or right around the same size of it, right in the $120 million price. I called other places, they're doing work on John R. Pierce School in Brooklyn. The superintendent wasn't available, but they were able to confirm they're doing work, but the person couldn't speak to the details. Waltham High School, think that's a 350 or 300 thereabout. They also, person I spoke to said he was aware of left field work, but could not answer these questions that I had laid out. That was the extent to I left voice messages, nobody, which maybe they call back, I was busy, who knows.
Oh, that's fine, yeah, excellent, thank you. Tim?
Sure, so I reached out to PMA's references and I went through what they had listed as their references and cross-referenced those kind of projects with, you know, size and scope, trying to match those up, but I also tried to match up our specific proposed team members. So I really wanted to speak to projects who were using those people in primary roles. So what that led me to was I contacted, in Saugus, Scott Crabtree, at Shrewsbury, Keith Baldinger. So they both of them said they would get back to me and didn't. And that was as of one of them even called me Friday and said, I'm gonna call you back in an hour, and didn't. But I had a long conversation with Ray Estes and Hingham. And that was a really good one. So the project lead on that is Chris Carroll, who's a Hingham guy, but Sean Burke is day to day, and it was a really good conversation about Sean.
Sorry, who's Ray Estes?
Oh, yeah, the chair of the school building committee in Hingham.
Yeah.
I mean, he was effusive in his praise of the whole team, particularly Sean, who's proposed for us. But he focused a lot of his conversation with me on how it was a huge advantage for them to have Chris Carroll, who was somebody in their town, a Hingham person, who was, you know, very invested in the project, very present, and he, without me bringing it up, he said, you know, I think you would really benefit from that in Milton with Sean, and we would have 2 team members from them who are Milton residents. That's important to me. I think that really rang through. And in terms of town engagement, he was speaking glowingly of them in those terms too. You know, he said, you know, PMA's been at everything, communicating positively, maintaining these positive relationships with the public. And they're very far through that project. I think that kicked off in 2021. They were delivering that project pretty much presently. And so he's kind of lived that whole life cycle. They're at the end of this life cycle, and for him to still be speaking that highly of their team, many of those same team members are gonna be here. That was big.
Yeah, their presentation, I think that's a photo from the steel being erected there. So, yeah.
So yeah, I guess my biggest response was from Hingham. I presumably I'll be hearing back from these other people, but that was kind of the Venn diagram where it was projects of our similar size and scope, along with specific team members. They have references here for like Chris Carroll is a lot of them, but he won't primarily be our person. So I tried to focus on Kevin Nigro and Sean Burke.
Cool. And then for
Seamus is also on the project.
Yes.
Yes, so I do the references for Vertex, and I talked to the folks at Hopkinton. And they had started actually with them when it was still Compass, and then now Vertex. So there was a merger there of the firms, and worked with Jeff, I think is the name that kept coming up. They have obviously had very positive experiences working with Vertex, so much so that they are on their 3rd project with them. Overall spoke very highly of their communication strategies on how they go ahead and are able to take sort of all this construction language and also the sort of pricing and everything else, and sort of whittle it down in a way that community residents could understand and wrap their heads around, and be able to make sort of help sort of the town CFO tell people sort of how their taxes are gonna go up per year in a way that was digestible and they could understand it and see that, you know, how long that would be. So I thought that was very, very helpful. They also, let's see, very good at the coordination, the communication piece, around the various stakeholders. So definitely, acknowledge that, you know, it's a political process in terms of the construction, and so being able to bring them along. So that was good. It was a very rushed conversation. I had, you know, like 15 minutes with her, and that's all she could give me, which was fine. And then I also spoke to Rob, at, Middleborough, is it? Hold on. I want to make sure I'm getting it in the right town.
Yep.
But I think it is Middleborough. And we were also had a very quick conversation. And again, the management has started with Compass, but it's not Vertex. And they first came to the project 7 years ago. They were very good at helping them sort of quickly select an architect, so definitely walk through that process very quickly. They spoke very highly about them in terms of cost management, in terms of being able to bring a project into fruition, $4 million in savings. So, and that they were able to stay on track with the project in terms of managing the timing of the project, even through COVID, which was, you know, spoke a lot about them. Again, this one was another thing that came up with them again, which was their ability to communicate across various stakeholders and being very transparent and honest with everyone, and wanting to, like, not pushing them to want to move too fast, that then you have sort of dissatisfaction along the way. So, and that's about it.
Okay. So, as was mentioned, Vertex is also the OPM for the fire station building committee. So I reached out to Brian Walsh today, spoke to him, glowing reviews. You know, he's very satisfied with Vertex and the work they're doing. So obviously, you know, they're very familiar with the town and, you know, the operations of everything going on right now too.
I've reached out to my friend that's the building commissioner in Westwood, because they had listed Hampton School as one of their projects. And he's actually the person who called me that I got up and took the call. And he said that, there's been one really good project, which was the school, one good project, which was the police station, and one awful comically bad project in the last 5 or so years ago, and that was the fire station. But he said it's really dependent on the teams at Vertex. And he said some are better than others, so it really depends on who you get. That was his input.
Okay.
My concern about Vortex, have we gotten to that point yet?
Yeah, that's where I'm going right now. No more references or anything like that.
I did reach out to, you know, we had
Sorry,
spoken
didn't want to cut you off. I don't want to get through.
I had sent out my little update on my progress. I know, you know, we were having trouble getting responses, so I did also, put in a call to, I don't know, Stephen Doré in Westboro. And very briefly, he was like, I'm gonna give you a call back, but I'm very happy with Vertex. And he's done like 4 projects with him. And he's the chair of the building committee. He's the permanent building committee in Westboro.
All right,
Sorry, go ahead.
all good. So we're good with references, so open discussion now. So Aqua, take it away.
I think my only concern, without knowing much about Vortex, is the overlap that you brought up in questioning. If they have an ongoing project, and this is the same guy, it sounded like their project supervisor is the same person they were expecting to manage both projects. How will that impact the delivery?
I thought they pretty much said that he was gonna be on this project for the duration.
Well, yeah.
That's what they said.
Yeah, well, that was for the
For the oversight, yeah.
But the project manager is
For both. Yeah. The project managers for both.
But they're not dedicated full time.
Yeah, they're not dedicated full-time anyway. They're always part-time. And they're always handling multiple projects.
Yeah, that could actually be a benefit to us, that we go from, you know, a 30% commitment on our project. If there's another 50 or 70% there that's also on a Milton project, we get 100% of that individual.
They made the fire stations pay for our project.
Yeah. In terms of strategy, I was impressed. I'm not sure if other committee members picked up on this.
Which one?
With the PMA, is it, what, is that right? When they said you could just pick another school and rebuild it. I'm not sure you being
You
an
can do that
architect.
with any of them, though.
Yeah, but none of them
Yes.
mentioned it.
No,
Right, so,
it's not as easy as they make it sound. either.
no, it's not, but I am surprised the others didn't bring
Bring that up, yeah.
bring that up as a topic.
Yeah.
You gave them a
Yeah,
chance.
I thought.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's, just for the discussion, let's just, keep it one at a time, just.
Oh, okay.
Because if people are trying to follow and also notes that I.
No,
Tim's not
I keep
recording
forgetting
right now.
on this.
I got it. I got it.
I did start it.
No, it's fine. I just been trying to keep touch on them. So yeah, the model school component that PMA mentioned and stuff like that. Yeah, it definitely sounds a little more simplistic than they're doing. but-
Yeah,
but
it's not, there's a reason more people don't do it, it's more complicated than, it's great if it works, but. You're still redesigning part of the building, it's not to get taken, I deal with, on a personal level, I have people come to me all the time, oh, I have this set of plans from this house that was done across town, and they want. And they don't understand, it doesn't work that way, it's kind of similar with the model schools, it can work, and you can save time and money, but it's not an end all be all.
They brought up the fact, in the same vein, the model school topic. They brought up that were we to not go the MSBA route, it would open the possibility of model school designs wider.
Yeah, so just from my understanding, what the model schools is, if you get into MSBA's program, there's like. What they consider model schools of schools that were built, they can apply to become.
Yeah, they define what a model school is, which school's a model school.
Correct, so there's like a library of architects that have a library of model schools that they can then apply for different things, so I think what they were going at is. With MSBA, we'd be limited to whoever we select for that architect and their portfolio of model schools, whereas. If we're in the deciding point of what architect we want to bring on, we can kind of, through this our next RFS process to bring on an architect. We can kind of see what they have as those portfolios and help, scale it down.
Yeah.
And during that, they can look at what we have for a site, potentially overlay something on it.
I think don't forget too, that technically we have a quasi schematic design started.
Correct.
Maybe that's why they didn't, I don't know, I'm speculating, maybe that's why they didn't address the model schools, but we've already started the design process with the RA.
So in regards to just like, I'm just gonna try to pick out themes so we can kind of keep the conversations around that for like reducing schedule. Cause I think that's our ideal thing. I think everybody would love to get the school built as quickly as possible, as efficiently as possible. Just if we could take like the next 5 or 10 minutes, kind of frame the commentary around, our views of that, because you kind of kicked off with it with your, starting.
I badmouthed the CMN risk when we first talked about it. I'm gonna backtrack it, it may actually make sense, if there is a legitimate time save there.
Yeah, so one of the ones that came up, what I noticed is the difference between Vertex and Left Field and PMA. PMA was the only one that talked about it, and you picked up on it. CM at risk, you can break things into packages, do early procurements and stuff like that. The way that PMA was presenting it is still a design bid build, but you're doing one under chapter 30, which is a different construction package, and one under chapter 149. Now 149A that we're referring to CM at risk. So it still allows you to split the packages up. It doesn't get into a CM at risk procurement. And so it might be a little technical there, but it's still a way of, for example, for what we need to do is we need to realign our road to build the school. So we can do that immediately. Hire somebody, put a design package, build a road, get us the plot of land that we're looking at there. Then, somebody else would want. One of the things.
A pad ready site.
Yeah, and one of the things I was thinking about for that, even when we're looking at realigning this road, Lower Gile Field, the parking component of that everyone's talking about. If we could design a road, get that installed, get a parking lot involved, so that as that field comes online, there's parking available for it on our site, because that's one of the things we talked about. I think that's one of the advantageous things, so the ability for, and I know PMA was the only one that kind of looked at it for, doing still design bid build, which is for me, what I thought was a better way going off. I'm still open to listening to all of them. That became a way of still being able to break things into packages and, construct it a little bit faster.
All the same what Rich is doing, Sean, it's what we do in the private sector in developer work. Right, you buy all stuff over and they do it to save money, it's the same idea, they just started, when CMRIS started, I worked in one of the first CMRIS schools in Massachusetts, it was a school in Burlington. And it was a learning experience, and that's why I'm a little kind of cautious about it too, but I mean, now that it's really, I think it's really taken off, the more I've looked at these schools and looked at some of these projects that these firms have worked with, I think it's probably done more often than not, seem at risk now, and I'm guessing that 4 or 5% add-on is gonna save you a lot, and the other part that I'll bring my experience into is that 4 or 5%, I don't think figures in change orders. You're definitely gonna have more change orders if you don't do it seeing at risk. It's just a guarantee, because everything is filed. Massachusetts is the only state in the union that has filed subbid laws. We have 10 out of the whatever trades needs to go out as separate filed subbids.
Correct.
And the contractor has to take them. There's no way around, unless they can disqualify them, which is difficult to do. So I mean, the long and short of it is they come in as low as they can and then they try to make their money back later. So that 4% upside for the cement risk might not even be that much when you figure in the change order difference.
Just, like the evaluation of the 3 OPMs, I think regardless if we go cement risk or not, I mean, I agree with the point you're making, just the fact that PMA brought up, right, the model school ideas, right, the potential CM risk, the potential one, design bid build in multiple phases under 30M and 149. That I liked from a schedule perspective, I felt like their project presentation was all about the schedule, and like they mentioned, the schedule repeatedly, and how do we get this done fast, and how do we get this done well. I did not get that from Vertex really at all, like from a schedule perspective of any kind of, like, they talked whatever 6 or 7 years from MSBA, and maybe save a year or two, like that's really all the note I got from like that they mentioned schedule.
Now left field did.
And then left field, I thought left field, they're the only one who actually provided us a schedule and like had a timeline of like, get in on this date, so I thought like left field.
And a new
PMA
cost estimate.
Yeah, PMA to me were the strongest.
It's funny, I agree with you 100%, but I almost feel like that's all they talked about. Like, I wanted to know what their thoughts were on this specific project from all of them. I felt like Vertex actually talked more specifically about this project than some of the other ones. I like PMA as well. I think it was things I liked.
Yeah,
I
that's
love both
that's
of
the
them.
whole reason having this.
I
committee.
felt a little different, so I would like to hear more from you, because I thought left field presentation.
No, I was talking about between Vertex and PMA.
Okay.
Yeah, left field is still my third, and I have my reasons for that, but.
Left field presentation and talking about when they can come, when we're going to meetings and to town meetings, they seemed a little more invested, if that's the right choice of words. Like they knew when we were supposed to, well, the town is meeting when this could be discussed, you shared more information. And maybe because it's a sole proprietorship, the owners seem like.
Probably all, they all are.
Yeah.
What he was doing, he was trying to separate himself from the really large OPM companies, which we didn't really have any, except for maybe Sims. Colliers, yeah, Colliers is bigger. So he was trying to separate himself from the Colliers and the,
Vertex is kind of big.
Yeah.
I mean, they have.
So
Yeah,
all three brought up the kind of decision and process that we have to go to determine whether or not we pursue MSBA. I thought that PMA in particular, but also left field, did a good job leaving the case open for either path. I thought that Vertex was uncomfortably singularly focused on abandoning the MSBA process. That made me a little uncomfortable.
left field was too, but you're right, PMA was definitely more open to going out to bid. Definitely.
Yeah, one of my things that you mentioned is for me is just people knowing the town, having a buy-in for it, and, you know, Sean and Seamus being, you know, residents of town, not Seamus O'Rourke, which I was cracking up when we did that, but. It's not just,
Sounds right.
no, it was, I don't know, place enough, but, you know, just being residents of town, Sean actually having kids in the school experiencing kind of what we're trying to address, I think really puts a lot of skin in the game. Vertex I like because they're already involved with the town, they're doing the fire station building committee, they're doing that work there, but one of the things that I noted from Vertex is we didn't hear from their project manager really at all.
Yeah,
And I
I
mean,
read that, yeah.
John was doing most of the time.
Yeah, and he was great, but he's not gonna be on the project.
Correct.
Very little.
You know, and then left field, I thought, you know, did a great job. They all did a great job. Yeah, I mean,
We
this is
clearly wound up with 3 good groups.
You guys did a really good job at this because.
Could I
They were
ask a
all close.
question, like you know, just general, and I think the school committee members should probably have an opinion on this, but the importance of having an educational liaison as part of the team.
I think it's great. I thought that presented really well. I also appreciate that they showed up with, not a monolith of old men.
I was going to
I was
mention.
gonna say that, but I-
mention that at the end.
So first, that question was for school committee members.
Sorry.
No, I love that, I love that Tim talked first.
Yeah, I'm not on the school
I was
committee.
gonna say, you look like.
Yeah, I know. I just got on for a few minutes.
Well, one of the things I wondered in that regard was in other towns, when it comes to the school building committee, are there always school committee members part of the school building committee, right? And so depending on the answer to that, then that educational person becomes much more important. I do think that having sort of that external voice probably plays well from a ability, receptivity of folks to listen. But I wasn't sure that the way that she explained it was the way we would need it, but that was. I think she simplified it to like outlets and, you know, I'm just like, okay, let's think a little
I
bit.
think it's
higher
important,
level.
but I don't,
I don't think it was necessary, I don't think.
whoever our architect's gonna be, they're gonna be a firm that that's what they do is screens, that's
Right.
all they do. They know how to program the school.
Yeah.
Now, it's nice to have the input,
Right,
but I think we probably want more personal input from our own superintendent, I would think.
I think the best, that's where the messenger, the message.
But it is good knowledge too, I don't know, I wasn't.
The component I'll just bring up on that is like, this is our first round of OPM. When we bring an architect on, there's gonna be a similar liaison that has the educational background that does schools, can translate that construction, like they were saying. It's great that they have one there, but I don't think it won't exist as the project goes forward. So if we happen to choose one of the OPMs that didn't have that was presented today, that slot's gonna kind of be filled by the architectural world and team they start bringing on later on. So just not plus or minus, just putting that out there for everyone to consider.
I'm not sure even for the for the show effect. Just having 2 women on the group as against all the other men, just looked a little different, even if it's for marketing.
No, I mean, I think Vertex, their team also had some gender, and some slight racial diversity as well, but all of that on both of those groups are on the, you know, it's positive, but none of them have actual like good diversity on the core team, right? These are all people who are gonna be spending very little time on the project, and like all in the kind of back end.
One of them was listed as a minority-owned company, I forget which one, and there was no minority on the panel, it was PMA, right? Okay.
I saw that.
Yeah, I was just like a little surprised, that's all. I'm assuming that's true, though.
MBA, so minority business enterprise.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I think this is the problem you get when the sub team does too good a job. You should have just selected a bunch of people there.
Are we making our decision tonight, or are we tabling this? I'm just curious.
Totally up to the
I think we
committee.
should try select unless we.
Yeah.
I'm down, I mean.
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
I didn't know what the protocol- I didn't know what the protocol
I
was.
know, I mean, so essentially, I think where we would go is make it, if somebody would make a motion for voting, our voting would go 1, 2, 3, top being one.
He's made his mind.
Yeah.
Before they left them.
But before, yeah, so.
You took much better notes than me.
Yeah, essentially procedurally, we're having an open general discussion right now. It's a possible vote on the agenda, so if we feel that we're good there, it's just a matter of somebody making a motion, somebody seconding it. Any further discussion, and then we essentially we go around and vote and rank them.
Any other questions people have?
How do we take into consideration the select board representation of this?
What do you mean?
That is this gentleman right here.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
No, I mean, Mike not being around, that
is.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
That's
So-
more than a quorum.
Yep, yeah, I mean, we've got.
I represent the one
You do.
term selectman. It took you to select me.
That's the one thing, whenever I give the presentation, I always go through like, the 5 of us, the 4, 5 of us, I always figure the 5 of us are appointed by the moderator, we have school committee members, we have select board members. It's a good mix of the overall town, and all the feedback we're getting, we're all starting to, get involved a lot more, and this is great.
I move a motion for a vote to be taken, to make a determination on the OPM selection process.
Can I share my notes first?
Sure.
Oh, share your notes, please.
All right, well, I'll second it, and then when we do, just to go through, I took a lot of notes, but. Generally, I just tried to figure out what each of them were keying in on. And PMA was definitely scheduled, but how it also turned into cost. So those kind of combined together. For Vertex, they were all about the budget. They seem to be focused on that. And then left field was more about the people and the process, I think.
Yeah.
I think all 3 teams were super talented, so I don't think we can go wrong with any choice we make. I felt they were all really good in that regard, but I think Vertex was probably the least invested in our town, was my gut feeling, just from the presentations. I would say that left field would be second on that, and obviously with 2 people who live in the town, it really came across, but even from the gentleman who was from Saugus, I believe, just his personal commitment to this type of work and to our town seemed to be better than anyone else's. I thought that PMA's recent experience or current experience that they're going through, I think they said they had a vote tonight in Andover of a similar situation that we might find ourselves in, having to do a comparison of MSBA to going on our own, and how that translates into cost for the town would be a great example for us to have a few months from now. And just, I just highlighted them because of I came down to the same thing at the end. They were all close, but having a couple of people that are in the town makes a difference. That's all.
Can I make a friendly amendment to Aqua's motion?
It'll accept it.
I don't know. Just bring it out. My answer is no. Go ahead.
Just keep the conversation.
Yeah, Aqua said a motion to make a vote
To recommend.
to recommend. Can we just change that to ranked choice? Or just acknowledge that it's a ranked choice?
The second element.
Choice vote.
You're looking at me to accept it or not?
If done.
You gotta love me, man. I accept it.
So what I'd ask is, while we're in discussion, I'm just gonna go one by one, similar with Scott just did.
Sure.
And then if you guys have anything additional you wanna do before, the rankings, feel free, so we'll start.
So you want me to talk about my notes and where I landed and?
Unless it's, you know, if
No,
you
I'm
want to, yeah,
I'm
it's just more of just so everybody's kind of hears it. And we're kind of just doing general discussion. I wanted to have a chance.
Yep. PMA, obviously a very qualified group, 2 people from Milton. I enjoyed how they were talking about the managing of cash flow with the town. And they, I did, 2 groups, they were not one of them. They mentioned the CM at risk and the design bid build. And I like that they kind of talked about both options, whereas the other 2 were very heavily on the CM at risk. Although I see a great, I'm a fan of CM at risk. Schedules of the essence. Sean clearly appreciates that, having children in the school system, and obviously his experience at Cunningham resonated with everyone here. I think that third party cost checking, they all had the same group that they used for cost estimate, which I thought was interesting. So this guy must be phenomenal, because they all love him. So that made me happy that at least consistently, they all know their limits, in certain areas. Vertex, I do love their familiarity with Milton and the way that Milton works and permitting and all of the ins and outs and the insanity of Milton and making decisions. Obviously I got the feedback from my friend. I trust his opinion. He said the school project was good, so that was, good. Element, I like that about them, that they, because I am a former property manager, so I care a lot about that end result and the commissioning piece of it. Which is also the other reason why I really like left field, because having that MEP guy to go through and check every single thing and make sure it's properly commissioned and turned over, and training the staff after the fact, to me, that's huge. And they really seem like they care about that element of it. As I move into left field a little bit. I personally know Linda, and I've worked with her on 4 or 5 projects, and she was a project manager before she was the website graphic design person. So when they say that she's got a little bit more behind, she definitely does. That doesn't make me go one way or another, because I think, I really like the educational liaison, the superintendent. She definitely knows how schools should work. She definitely would be mindful of that, and to me, that's very important in all of this, and I think it's a big selling point for why we're doing this for the schools, is for the education. And so, it's tough. I think these are all really, really good, and for very different reasons, quite frankly. And I think, to me, I don't know, I have a hard decision. I was about to, and I didn't. But, I do think that they really have some strong points in very different ways.
Perfect. Glenn.
I mean, I agree with everything that was said, and like you said, I like different ones for different reasons. I liked PMA, I did like the local aspect of PMA, but I think I also very much like Vertex. Familiarity with dealing with Milton, which is like Kevin just alluded to, it can be difficult at times to get everyone on the same page. I do have a little, I used to work with Steve Farron from Vertex, so I'm very familiar with his work. He's great. Again, that doesn't sway my decision, but I am familiar with his work. When I was joking, I kind of like my 1A and 1B are very close. Left field, me personally, I wasn't as impressed with them. I think they did a good presentation. I think they were very knowledgeable in certain areas. I didn't hear a lot of projects. I was looking for more project specific information. I agree, I love the HVAC guy, I think that's great to have. I also think that what he's doing is a responsibility of the HVAC contractor that we're paying. I was also curious whether that actually came as part of their fee, because it seemed like a lot of work, what he was saying he does. If it does, great, that's awesome. But I think that's just something we want to clarify. What else did I have? The new hire, I wasn't thrilled on. I also wasn't thrilled that they didn't have an on-site manager here. They don't have their on-site project manager. The person who's gonna spend the most time on this project is that on-site manager. And theirs was not available tonight, which was to me a little bit disappointing. Just don't do, as you know, working in construction, that's who you're dealing with all the time, is the guy that's on site. I call him the clerk, I guess that's not what they're called anymore, but you know, that on-site manager, we say 40, he's probably more than 50, 60 hours a week he's spending on that project. He's the one dealing with the architect, he's the one dealing with the contractor on a daily basis and reviewing change orders and issuing RFIs. So I was a little disappointed that person wasn't on site. And the other, they seemed a little pro GC too to me, which makes me nervous. We don't want a pro GC manager. We want a manager that's managing us, the owner's rep.
Yeah.
And I've been on projects with the on-site, where the owner's project manager was a little too cushy with the, lack of a little too friendly with the contractor, and it can affect the project, and it can affect how issues are dealt with. You know, they really need to be an impartial party between the contractor, between the architect and the contractor. But as I say this, they were, like you said, they were all very, very, very close. And very much in line with how we voted in the first place. You know, a lot of times these reviews, someone will set themselves apart and I think that someone did in all of them, but it's just which one did, I don't.
Yeah, and that's a different.
I could go on for like 45 minutes, I don't want to do that, I just wanted to kind of give you a kind of quick synopsis of what I was thinking.
Yeah, and yourself, Scott, Tim and Mark, you know, having that ability to be in that short list first, to kind of really dig into everything. We've all ended up to do it since then, but having two looks at it and stuff like that definitely gives you a different perspective.
I was impressed with the size of the projects left field came on right now. Those are huge projects they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually impressive, a firm of their size, handling on projects that size.
It's like 2.6 billion, right?
Oh, no, Revere High School is giant, and they
Let's
just.
let's just keep it going.
Big projects.
Otherwise.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Discussion, sorry.
Question, are we not voting?
We are, I'm just letting each person talk. About their kind of takeaway, and then we're gonna run around and do the vote immediately after. Anything additional?
I'm good.
You're good.
Mark.
Yeah, we'll echo, for public comment, I guess, public viewing, what many of you said, the PMA's presentation was quite strong. I mean, PMA was my highest rated in kind of the pre assessments. Vertex was my number 2, left field was, I think, my number 3. So they were, I happened to hit all the ones that were here. In that order, I thought PMA was really strong. The Milton connection, obviously great. I really like their presentation. The focus on schedule, to me, that is huge, very important. I think they got it. I think, to me, their presentation most hit on our project, and most was like based within the conversation of our specific project, out of all 3. Moving to Vertex, I felt like theirs was actually the least based in our project. Is like when I held this, which I was surprised by, because they have the Milton connection, and I felt like they would have hit that more than they did, like emphasize that benefit more than they did. But I didn't get that. I didn't leave their presentation thinking like, I'm really excited that like this same team will be here, like here are all the advantages of having them already on site. Like I didn't feel like they emphasized that as much as I expected them to. And then left field, I was actually more surprised by. I thought they were probably a little too small of a firm maybe for this, and I thought they presented really well. so then like, you know, I look at the teams, I do think the comments that your friend made, like. My experience is that it really comes down to the individual players, like regardless of what the firm name is. And so I really like how PMA, the team members have worked together on a comparable project very recently, all of the members, right? Seamus, Don, and Kevin, so PD, so like they were all working on Hingham together. They have that experience, that working relationship, they know that division of responsibility and how to carry a project all the way through. You go to Vertex, they have some of that as well, with obviously the fire station, it's a different type of project, it's not quite as aligned in terms of them working together, maybe they worked on other projects, I'm not that aware. Left field, I think to me that was the biggest knock on them, they had the new guy who has never worked on a project with any of them before, I'm sure he's very experienced, but as a team, they never worked together. And the person, to your point, I came most excited about coming out of that was the MEP guy. And to me, that's a knock. That's not the guy I want to be excited about. I want to be more excited about the other ones. And I think Brian was great, but you know, it's too bad he had COVID and couldn't be here to be even more persuasive. To me, that was the knock against left field.
Selena.
All right, so, for me, PMA consultants, I did appreciate, I think, what's been said already, which is really emphasizing the timing factor for us, the time matters, and also bringing in sort of the idea of the model school project. We may not go with it, but at least they gave us sort of this idea of like, what is another avenue we could take to cut costs? So I appreciated that. The Milton connection, my goodness, if I could just underscore that one, was very important. I just think in a town like ours, that will go a long way. So I do not want to underestimate that. I was thinking about the MSBA analysis that they provide. I appreciated that because I think it's going to be important for us to be able to, whichever way we go, that we're able to make a case as to why not MSBA or why MSBA. So the fact that they've done that with Andover, I thought that was it was a good thing for us. Let's see, in terms of, I even appreciated sort of them naming, oh, well, it's Boston Arts Academy experience and it's not a suburb, but it is sort of the abutters, right? And how do you think about the abutters and making sure that we're taking that into account? I also appreciated that we spoke about the modular classrooms and sort of thinking like, why wouldn't we do that? If we could actually speed this up and go faster, that would be a cost savings. So that's PMA, and then Vertex, I thought, you know, they definitely came across as a larger shop. So in terms of what I heard from my references, I heard them echo themselves, so that was you know, interesting alignment there. In terms of they're the ones, actually the first ones who cut out to the Article 97 experience, and they walked through sort of like, okay, this is what we would need to go meet with House reps and liaisons, etc. There are some questions that we've been asking ourselves of like, what does that process look like? And they named it, so I thought that was a plus in my book. But again, I wasn't sure exactly who we would, if we would really have the same people and who was going to dedicate the most time. And I did want to hear them know us a little bit better, given the fact that they're already working in Milton. But that at the same time becomes a plus too, because we do have worked in Milton, but I thought they would highlight more where we are in the school project for us. Left field for me did come across as a smaller firm, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but I was concerned similarly to what Mark said, which was the new guy. As much as because of sort of how do they work as a team. And that for me was a big question. I also thought that, well, I do understand that, you know, sort of the cost estimate that they gave us probably is accurate. I didn't hear as much in terms of the cost, sort of how do we would manage that and anything that we would do in terms of reducing costs. So that was not, maybe they just left me with a bad feeling around costs as a big impediment to the project. So, those were my thoughts on the three of them.
Yeah, I have the benefit of everybody else's comment. That's great. No, so like with Vertex, I really felt like they made it clear that they have the process down, the documentation down. I thought they presented great, everybody presented great. You know, I didn't, frankly, they were of these groups in our team screening, so when we were going through these ahead of time, they were tied for third place in my pre-screening of it, and I thought they presented like that. And then hearing left field, so I hear all the concerns about left field. I thought that Brian speaking on the Zoom platform, he was clearly speaking extemporaneously as though he has done this whole thing. I thought he spoke great. Now, maybe not specifically to our situation here, but clearly he has run this through a million times and knows this up and down and backwards and forwards. So the newer guy, John, who would work, I think, below him.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. That's less of a concern for me. I thought they presented excellent, and I think if Ryan was here, he would have knocked their socks off in person, and I thought he did a great job. But PMA for me was still an absolute standout, and for all the reasons we've all said, the Milton connection, plus I happen to be assigned to the references, and the conversation that I had with Ray Estes at the building committee in Hingham. I mean, he sat on the phone with me for an hour, only telling me how great they were. It was fantastic.
Thank you.
My comments would not add value at this time, so.
You wanted to sell yourself off, though. Come on.
We all look at it.
I'll be brief. So, you know, on my end, you know, just having Milton residents as, you know, the project manager and the assistant project manager. If you notice, PMA was the only one that has an assistant project manager in their org chart. The other one's referenced, we might bring an assistant on or something like that. PMA has already dedicated that on there, right? Their school experience of all working together on a similar project for schools was a big one. Vertex, personally, I like the fact that they have an engineering company backing them, designs for reviews and stuff like that. But again, I didn't see anything in their proposal for the project manager having school experience. He has municipal building experience, but I haven't seen anything for school. You know, their Article 97 experience definitely spoke up. It was good. And then, you know, left field, who I've never heard of before, really impressed me. You know, I thought they did a good job. That, you know, owning a private company and hiring a new guy that, you know, under a year experience and putting them forward for a project, I can understand that, because that was one of my first things when I looked at the experience and like did the charting of everything. I'm like, you know, the guy only has under a year experience, you know, how are we doing this? But you know, their MEP guy, and I relate to somebody like that. Practically, I could be on site and do everything I typically do. But you know, this is gonna be, you know, a very large project. Having a PM that's might have done it in other places, you know, the comments that were made before of like not being integrated with the same team and stuff like that, was a little concerning for me. And like I said, you know, the negative to Vertex, you really didn't hear from their PM. That was kind of one for me that I was waiting for him to speak up and, you know, do some stuff, but it seemed like John was doing most of the talking, which was fine. But, you know, from a project manager point of view, he's the one I wanted to hear from. Yeah. So go around, see if Mike's online. If not. All right, so at this point, we'll run and we'll start carrying for your rankings.
My rankings are 1 PMA, 2 left field, 3 Vertex.
One.
PMA, Vertex, left field.
PMA, left field, Vertex.
Left field, Vertex. We'll wait for mine. Mark.
PMA, left field, Vertex.
PMA, Vertex, left field.
Good.
PMA left field vertex.
Left field PMA, vertex.
And myself, PMA, left field, vertex. So I was kind of worried that, like, if there was mixing of different ones, how we grade them, it's.
Very similar to the pre-quals we did.
Really?
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing.
PMA
that I-
was
Yeah.
the highest scored, and then left field and vertex are right next to each other.
Yeah, and I meant to say that at the beginning, there was like no specific order, that PMA was number 1, 2, 3, it was just random. All right, so for that vote, for school building committee, it seems PMA.
PMA for 9, for left field 17, vertex 22. You can give 1 to 3. Twice. I did some of the scores.
The lowest score.
Yeah,
the one high.
Yeah, lowest thing to that.
Okay, so PMA, then left field, and vertex.
Golf score.
Yep.
That's right.
Okay, with that, last thing on the agenda.
Motion to adjourn.